Yeah. Yeah. Shorty, let me holler at you. Girl, it's the way you walk, command attention. It's all about your vibe, your true intention. I call you good goddess. You're misunderstood, cause you're from the hood. From first eye contact, I knew I had to have that. Had a feeling you were something special. Didn't know if I could match that. You draw a crowd just to say hi. You make it happen, you stay fly. You big and everyone know. If I was a stock, you would raise mine. Even with a t-shirt and sweats on. Girl, you work it for me. Don't matter what they say about you. Baby, you're perfect. Girl, it's the way you walk, command attention. It's all about your vibe, your true intention. I call you good goddess. You're misunderstood, cause you're from the hood. That Dominican girl, East African queen, call you my cinnamon girl. Sweet like grandma Copper, you were a #1 prospect. Even if you're raised in the projects, and you got the whole game on lock. Cops and robbers, they'll build an altar, you're so bomb. You shoot them down so calm. You don't be playing no games, but sexy in jerseys you throw on. I'm your soldier, I will march in line. You know it's your world. Let me hit you with that more in line. You go, girl, it's the way you walk, command attention. It's all about your vibe, your true intention. I call you good goddess. You're misunderstood, cause you're from the hood.
They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Well, I would love to be the one that holds you, console you in times of grief, and listen when you're trying to speak. Your smile, it brightens up the darkest moods, and looking in your eyes is like gazing at the stars and moon. Just thinking about you, damn, I can hardly move. The depths of my feelings are hard to convey, like trying to catch fish at the edge of a bay, like I'm caught in an infinite wave, cause even when you do the simplest things,
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the #1 Chief Rock at Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezie. And I have a thought. I was legit sleeping. I got my man backstage. I'm gonna bring him up in a few seconds. I just want to get this thing off really quickly before we do all the formal stuff, before we start crying on screen and all that stuff, because I have somebody backstage that I truly respect and admire, and I just want to get this stuff off my chest first before we go through all that stuff, man. But just have a thought really quickly. I just want to share with you guys, man. It's the middle of the night. I know I overslept. Okay, so what? I'm human. I overslept. I'm human. Everybody, right? So I have this thing that was racing through my mind as I was sleeping, man. And it's a what if, right? And the what if is, what if the Knicks give us everything we want? Right? What if the Knicks give us everything we want? Right? Hey, coach, I see you backstage. Just hold on for a split second, bro. I got you. I promise. I just want to get this off my chest real quick. So, as I was dreaming, man, like, what if the Knicks give us everything we want? Right? What if they give us DeJounte Murray or Donovan Mitchell? What if they shore up the bench? What if Tom Thibodeau comes out in a press conference and says, "Hey guys, listen, I've been doing some things incorrectly, and I heard you talking about stuff, and I'm gonna try my best to address the things that you guys have been talking to me about." In a weird world, and this is a what if episode. So everybody, before you start, before you take the deed to your house, to the bank, and try to set up some stuff, just relax. It's what if. It's a what if, like Marvel Comics, right? It's a what if thing, right? But before I get too deep into that, I'm gonna bring my man upstage. Man, it's so good to see him. As soon as I say that, then his camera go off. There he is. Coach! What's good, boss? Coach working on his volume. He got his set. Man, that background is fire. That background is fire, man. Coach, no, we still can't hear you. Your mic is muted. Coach, you might have to turn your master volume back up. Man, Chuck Allen is in the building. Salute to Knicks for Life. Knicks for Life is in the building. Knicks for Life is in the building. The son of the legend, Kerry Cox, is in the building. DSJ is in the building. Okay. Wampo all the time is in the building. Okay. Yo, Fozzie is in the building. Salute to the Insomnia crew. Okay, Mega is in the building. Mike Dollar is in here. Okay. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights is in the building. What's good? All right, man. I see y'all, man. The Insomnia crew is here. Yeah, man. So while coach works that stuff out, man, um, salute to all the day ones and the loyal fans rocking with not only Lawrence Tears, but all the Knicks content creators around the world. Um, just trying to do the best that they can to rock. Bully is in the building. All right. Bully says salute. Welcome back. Shout out to the chat. Let's go Knicks. It's work time. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So coach is probably working out some there he is. Coach is working out some technical issues. Our future media is in the building. Salute. Salute to all the members of the channel. Salute to all the members of the channel. Right? Salute. Coach, what's good? You good? Yeah, coach ain't good. Yeah. King Embert is in the building. DSJ is in the building. So listen, let me get to the conversation, man, because I don't want to, because a thought is a terrible
Yo.
waste. There he is, bro. What's good?
What's good?
Man, it's good to hear you.
Yeah, man. You'll never believe this. Well, in case y'all didn't know, I moved out west.
Right.
Worldwide Coach West now.
Yeah.
I'm an Idahomie. I live in Idaho.
Okay.
Basically, when I moved, I brought my PC and all my stuff here, but I forgot my PC cam.
Oh,
So
awesome.
what happened was I tried. I got an iPhone.
That's sarcasm, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to get the iPhone popping,
Right.
and I can't. I couldn't use the phone because I don't have. You know how iPhone has the fancy port. You know, I didn't feel like doing the Bluetooth stuff and all that. So
Yeah.
I know there's a way. Supposedly, you can do the camera on the phone and connect it to your PC and all that stuff, but I'll try to do that another night or something.
Yeah, man. Bro, so
I
it's
miss
been a
you,
long
man.
time. Yeah, man. Yo, first of all, it's cool being missed, right? And so we miss you, bro.
Yeah, I miss you. I miss everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
I've been kind of creeping on the DL in the background. I'll like used to watch the broadcast afterwards.
Right.
You know, I would listen to everybody and kind of keep up with everything. Still cheering
and hear me. So you hear me fussing about getting on people that jump on here, trying to get them to tighten up. That's the whole the whole time, bro. Like, man, damn, you cut such and such off the site.
Like it's my turn. I ain't there to get my wrist slapped.
Yeah, man. It's the same, but it's the same stuff. It's the same stuff that was going on while you were here.
I've been catching it. I just want to give a shout out, if you don't mind, everyone out there, some of you regulars that always been rocking here with Uncle Freezie and with me back in the day. I see Delano Steele, Kerry Cox in the house, Mega.
That dude's gonna be a star, bro.
We got Bully Boulevard.
He's gonna be a star, bro. DSJ is gonna be a star, bro. DSJ has music out. I don't know if you know anything about music, bro, but this dude has fire.
You know that.
This dude has some heat, bro.
I slap at the bass, you know. And I carry a tune a little bit. When I used to stay in Marietta, over by near the ATL, I used to sing some hooks back in the day for some old hip hop jams, you know.
Okay.
You know, did a little producing. Let's collab, DSJ. Let's go.
Let's collab. DSJ was good with it, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I got some bars too.
Bars. We're gonna have to get together, man. We're gonna have to. Yeah. We're gonna have to get together.
Oh, I'm gonna come back hard. I'm back. I'll be back hard.
Good.
I'm gonna have some good content.
Yeah, man. We miss you, bro.
I'm gonna create some original Knicks music and everything.
That's dope, bro.
Yeah,
that's dope. First of all, we didn't even do a football league this year.
Dang.
So that was whack.
Well, you know, I'm sad.
Where's Coach at, man?
My Bucks hurt me this last week.
Well, at least they got there, bro. At least it's not same old Bucks without Brady. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Even when everyone was treating them like the Knicks, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, no, they're gonna be trash. They're not gonna be any good. And then look at us now.
Look at me now.
Take a look at us now,
bro. I did see some video earlier, man. You look like you lost some weight. You're not stressing or nothing, right?
Now I'm trying to bring sexy back, bro.
Oh shit! God damn it! I forgot. My bad. What was I thinking, bro?
I'm just trying to, you know, a little less carbs. It's hard being Italian, you know, that pasta and bread.
Yeah,
it's hard to pass that up. But
yeah, man,
I've been trying to do a little less. You know?
We trying to get, but that's what we trying to. Bully gonna wind up being fat as fuck, bro. Bully still on that pasta salad. You ever seen Bully? Bully is like, Bully ain't a big dude, bro. Bully is like he's a tall person. You know what I'm saying? Like average size. But if he stay on that damn pasta salad, bro, he gonna look like a pigeon, bro. You ever seen a pigeon like with the gut, little legs, and the belly? I'm trying to get Bully to stay off that pasta salad, man. You know what I'm saying? He gonna mess around and be big like me, like. And
Mhm.
yo, if for people don't understand, like, like I don't like being a big person, bro. I don't like being 6'5", 355. Bro, at one point, bro, I was like 475, bro.
Oh,
No lie.
I'm gonna I'm in that club, the Hell on Chairs Club.
Yes, the Hell on Chairs Club, bro. Yo, I got one squeaking. I got one squeaking right now, bro.
like them backyard old Kmart plastic chairs. They stand no chance.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. DSJ, I got you. I got you. I'm gonna talk to coach on the telephone maybe sometime today or tomorrow or sometime when he what's today? Today's Thursday, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess technically it's Friday now, isn't it? Oh no, it is Thursday.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Yeah, it is Thursday.
Yeah. So Thursday and Friday are my busiest days. I gotta catch people when they have money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm in sales, bro. You know that. So I gotta catch people when the time is
Just
right.
got paid.
Yeah.
Friday night.
You know the vibe, right? So yeah, so
Yeah.
I gotta catch them. But sometimes after this, I guess we can. I guess it depends on your schedule, how you feel, man. Just you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm
Chop it up
pretty
about
open right now, you know.
Okay.
So
Okay. Well, for me, Fridays, Thursdays, and Fridays are kind of weird, but
yeah.
but it's one of those things. So everybody, this is what I've been trying to get people to understand. So what I'm trying to build here with Lawrence Tears is not a Knicks fan TV or a Morning Brew Sports or a Knicks film school or nothing but Knicks. I don't want to do that. That's not my vibe, right? What I'd like to create is something more like what Bill Simmons does, right? That's what I'd like to do, like the podcasting thing, where it's like one or two really sharp people that just talk about certain topics and let them get in their element, let them get in their bag based off of experiences and such. And so what I'd like to do is build something along the lines of Bill Simmons. Hey, Coach, do you watch the JJ Redick podcast?
I don't watch
At
it
times,
front to back, but I
you know it
definitely
exists though, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I catch clips all the time, and
Okay.
I like that interview style where you kind of bouncing things back and forth. And
Yeah. See, I
you know,
I kind of dig that. I think the Knicks space needs that.
yeah.
Right. Like so like how we are right now, like in this intimate setting where it's just two people and we just going back and forth or whatever. So I really dig that. It's one of the things that I built with IKBM Dre, like that
Yeah.
that doo-wop style of like two people going back and forth and all of that. And no disrespect to the live stream where you get 7 maniacs screaming at each other. I like that a lot. But I think what has happened is it's gotten very Jerry Springer-ish.
Yeah.
Very Jerry Springer.
Very clickbait ish.
Yeah.
A lot of clickbait out there.
Yeah, and especially for us when we do the live stream, man, it gets ridiculous at times. Like, yo, I legit at some point just want to walk out with the manila envelope and say you are not the father. Sometimes that's how clickbaity or trash TV it gets at times, man. But here's the thing, man. I woke up. You know, like I ate dinner, man. You'd be proud of me. I ate healthy. I ate a salad, and fish.
Okay,
right? Fish and salad, right? And none of them stupid salads that look like a salad. You ever saw a salad that looks like a sub sandwich without the bread? I was so much unhealthy stuff on it.
Like a chef salad or antipasta salad or something.
Yeah, or some you like one of them things where the salad is so unhealthy you may well have eaten a cheeseburger. You know how people put so much unhealthy stuff on it?
Oh yeah. Oh, you look up them calories and on the McDonald's salads and stuff.
Right.
Shoot, they more than a Big Mac. You might as well get.
Yeah.
You might as well get a quarter pounder.
You may as well get a quarter pounder with cheese. It's one of my favorites, by the way.
Especially
Quarter pounder,
croutons.
quarter pounder with cheese is one of my favorites, bro.
Oh, that's
but my body doesn't love it, bro.
yeah.
My body does not love
that phlegm kicks in from the grease,
Yeah. Taco Bell.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking, and no lie. So I have my camera offset, right? Because I have multiple cameras up here. Y'all don't see it, but up here I have multiple cameras depending on what angle I want to use. And this one right here, right now, is the clearest one. It's the one that's working the most. And so if it looks like I'm looking offset, it's because I'm looking offset, y'all. Not because I'm not looking into the camera. It's just the camera is not centered properly.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to buy one of those $400 HD cameras so that when we come visit you in Idaho, that I can just bring it and we could just set it up studio style and we can sit in some big boy chairs. you know what I mean? But listen, otherwise, how you been, man?
Say it again.
How have you been?
Oh man. I mean, now that I'm settled and I'm out here, things are going good, man. Like, I mean, as far as a Knicks fan, things are looking real good.
Real good.
And I'm not going to go back because it's been a little while. You can go back in the archives. There's a lot of coach I told you so's going on.
Yeah.
And I just love when my hopes and dreams and even the rest of the fans' hopes and dreams just come to fruition.
Speaking of dreams, man, I had a dream. No lie. So I was laying across the bed eating a salad and fish. And I watched this Disney series that I read the books a long time ago with my son called Percy Jackson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So when the Percy Jackson books would come out, I would take my special trip son straight to what was the name of Books A Million? You remember BAM? Books A Million?
Oh yeah. Is
So
that like the Sweet Pickles bus?
Yeah.
I remember Books A Million, yeah.
Yeah, bro. So Chet, BAM used to have this thing, like you get a BAM card, right? And no lie, on the front, like the little card it's like BAM on the card for Books A Million. And after so many visits or purchases, you'd get like a free whatever you want from their treat section. And so we would just go and buy like a pencil or something. We in the mall was like, let's go to BAM and get a bit, And the Percy Jackson release coincided with the same time we got hit the jackpot, so to speak, on a card. And me and my oldest son, now he's a grown ass man now. 30, them dudes when they get 30, bro, you know how you can't tell them nothing. They
oh God. Yeah.
But back then he was just a little snotty nosed kid, right? I picked him up, coach. I picked him up from school early, like 1:45, 1:45, and we went to Books A Million, and they had the big Percy Jackson thing release in the window, and I was like, Rock, guess what?
What?
We get our treat today, and man, he was so excited, bro. And this motherfucker, man, coach, you ever seen a computer monitor, bro? Have you ever seen a computer monitor? I'm asking.
Yeah, you mean the old school ones?
Oh no, not that big. Just a regular one. Just a regular one, right?
Yeah.
I know that's a simple question, but I'm trying to invoke imagery right here, right?
Yeah.
So if you've ever seen a computer monitor, right? This cat goes to the treat section and get a Rice Krispie treat about the size of a computer monitor.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? And so in my mind, I'm like, this is where fatties are born right here. In this moment right here. Like you're enjoying something and then you get whatever you want to eat, right? And it took him every bit of like 4 days nonstop, straight eating, bro. Like just passing up dinner to gnaw that thing down, bro, and read that Percy Jackson book. And
Yeah.
and I was like, so I was like, Rock, man, what did you ever do with that Percy Jackson book? He was like, man, for some reason, man, them pages sticking together.
What?
And I was like, I wonder why those pages are sticking together, son. but anyways, what I want to ask you and ask the chat is this: what if the Knicks gave you everything that you wanted? What if the Knicks gave you everything you wanted,
$1
right?
million?
Everything, bro. Transactionally, like, what if they gave you everything you want? Would you be satisfied?
I mean, to me, all right, is this a hypothetical for all Knicks fans or for me personally?
No, I'm asking. I'm gonna ask the Knicks fans later, right? But right now, I'm more concerned about what you want. What if transactionally, like roster wise and commitment wise and coaching wise, what if the Knicks gave you everything you wanted? Would you really be satisfied?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to be satisfied. Right now, I mean, if all roads lead to the playoffs again, we're looking at 3 out of the past 4 years.
Right.
We're in there.
Right.
We haven't done that since the guy on that logo, my logo here, has been around. We got now all of a sudden we have expectations to be
so all right, but here's the thing.
Yes,
let me ask this then. So what is it that you want the front office and coaching staff to do in order to satisfy your want? Not wins, bro, because everybody wants to win, right? Everybody wants to win, and everybody wants to win a championship. But I'm asking you transactionally, player personnel moves, scheme wise, what do you want the Knicks to do?
We need to make moves that fit current coach's scheme.
Okay.
And fit what the rest of the team has. We don't need to be making these moves just to make moves or names just to have names. It's got to be the right guy, the right fit. You know, OG Anunoby, when we first made that trade, I wasn't here live, but I watched some of your broadcasts. There was a lot of people complaining about it. Oh, he's injury prone. He's this, he's that.
You give me too much money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to have to pay him. Blah, blah, blah. All right. But I'm not going to lie. I was excited to have his presence and the kind of character he has and the motor and the defense. And he's a Tibbs kind of guy. He's his Luol Deng-ish guy. I didn't know he was going to do this. I mean, it was kind of an addition by the subtraction situation, getting rid of RJ, I think, because that opened things up for Randall. Because see, right now, Randall and Brunson, they can just cook, and then everyone else has a role, and that's where we could probably use one more guy to cook when one or both of them are out.
Okay.
So as far as me being satisfied transactionally, like you were saying,
right. Who's that one more guy? I know you were getting to it. I just want to pressure you in.
I'm definitely. I think there's 3 guys to be had.
Okay.
Number 1 guy is a scoring option who can also provide playmaking. So I would say, AKA My favorite two right now for that position are DeJounte Murray and Mikal Bridges.
Okay.
If those aren't possible, plan B for me would be like the Brogdon situation or the but I definitely like the Bruce Brown, Alec Burks idea, coming off the bench. I like the idea of getting a backup quality point guard.
Okay.
I just don't think Deuce is ready for that to run an offense. I think Deuce is better off ball. Like the way he is this year, he's spot up shooting pretty well. When I'm catch and shoot threes lately.
Right.
He might be better in that role.
Okay.
And I think we need a stretch 4/5.
Okay.
In the second unit. So I think those things will be championship worthy moves personally.
Okay.
And I don't think it's going to disrupt our chemistry at all. Because we have the thrift store version of those guys right now.
Right.
We need the next level version of those guys.
Right.
I'm not the Donovan Mitchell thing ain't gonna happen because they're in the mix right now too.
Yeah.
Technically, they're the hottest team in the NBA right now.
Right.
I mean, besides us and the Clippers, and
and some other,
we're all winning.
Yeah.
So with that whole stuff with the Bucks, the coach change, who knows what happens there, and the 76ers, from what we've been doing with them, they seem beatable.
Right.
So right now, I think we need to look at the top, which is we all know in the East is Boston. We need to make moves that will compete with them in a 7-game series. We got to think about how we're going to compete with them guys.
Right.
Then I'll be satisfied.
Coach, I'm not even going to lie to you, bro. I think those things that you just mentioned, I think those are easy gets. Shout out to Wiz out on the West Coast and B-Baller for real and everybody else. Shout out to Bully, that my half brother Bully, getting ready for work. Shout out to all my early workers in New York City, man. Shout out to y'all. But Coach, I think the things that you mentioned, I think those are easy gets if you're shopping for that archetype and not name. Right. Like for instance, if I tell Coach, like, Coach, man, I need some sneakers, bro. I just need some sneakers. They don't have to be fancy. I just need some size 15s that are healthy for a diabetic's foot. You know what I'm saying? I can walk around and exercise and all of that.
So triple E wide.
Yeah.
15s?
Yeah, because for those that don't know the diabetic plight, like, I can wear a skinny 15 sometimes, and then sometimes I can't.
I need them wide 15s, bro.
Yeah,
I wear 15 too.
Yeah, for those that don't know the diabetic plight, it's like, bro, sometimes your foot is swell, your feet are swell for no reason. You don't know.
Yeah.
You could have done everything right. And then you wake up one morning and then your feet look like you got stung by bees, but they didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It just happens, bro. It's just a part of
some of y'all fellow Yetis out there, or the Bigfoots that don't know our struggle. Anyone that played b-ball,
right.
I used to get so mad when I was younger, bro. I used to go there used to be this thing called stores, guys, like brick and mortar stores. I don't know if y'all remember. You're like Foot Locker.
What were those type entities that you mentioned? I'm unfamiliar.
There was these things called malls, and when you was young and used to go there and get you a pretzel.
Wait, you could eat there too?
Yep. Go to the arcade with a $5 bill, get some quarters.
And on a budget?
Yep. Buy some fine honey, some Dippin' Dots.
You can go make there too? Wow.
And then you roll over to Foot Locker and you get them big ass 14, 15s up in the house.
Yeah, man.
And you looking at all these basketball shoes, you're like, oh, look at these. Oh, we only got up to number 13.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah, the Iversons, they'd have the Iversons
I mean,
out there, and you'd be like, yo, you got the Iversons in a size 17? Man, hell no.
so I used to get mad as hell. I used to be like, yo, these are basketball shoes. Most basketball guys are tall. They're all like 6 something, 6'5", 6'4", 6'8", some of them.
Right.
They all got big feet. Why you only got up to number 13?
Right.
Well, we can order them for you. You know, back then you had to wait 3 weeks.
You had to wait 3 weeks
Or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Make another
man.
trip to the mall.
But I used to just go there and be like, let me see your 15s. And they come out with 2 boxes. You know, a pair of Brooks and some old
the burgundy and brown Brooks.
The old Dominique Wilkins Brooks. I don't know about that.
That man said that the old Ronald McDonald's Brooks, old red and yellow Brooks.
Yeah.
That's why. And the funny thing is, regardless of the sport you watch, there are only a couple of fast guys on the field in any sport. And bro, when you watch football, you can watch Randy Moss all you want, but I guarantee you there are at least 9 extra large humans on the field when Randy Moss caught that touchdown.
Oh, yeah.
At least 9 Yetis, bro. At least 9 of them. You know what I'm saying? 5 offensive linemen and maybe 4 defensive linemen, maybe 3 linemen, whatever. It's going to be at least 8 or 9 Sasquatches out there. You know. But yeah, man, that's so, Coach. That's what I'm asking, bro. If it's a specific thing that you want, maybe it's a name, maybe it's some cachet that comes along with. Then I don't know if the Knicks can accomplish that. But if you're talking about just those archetypes that you mentioned for a specific type player, I think they can get that guy. A second unit point guard, I can name one right off the rip that is playoff tested, that's flying under the radar, and he probably won't get moved, and he'll probably waste away the rest of the season. His name, Corey Joseph. Remember Corey Joseph from the San Antonio Spurs?
Oh, yeah.
Was there with Tony Parker and Patty Mills and all those guys?
Yep.
He's a quality veteran backup. If the Knicks went out and got Corey Joseph, I would not complain one iota.
Yeah. Like, think about, for all you heads out there that have been NBA fans your whole life, you know, even back in the 80s or 90s or whatever. If we sat here, we could probably name every championship team in order from like 80 to now, you know?
Right.
And we can probably name all the starters of each team.
Yeah.
And maybe 1 or 2 bench guys, you know?
Yep. Depending on we could probably
name. If they weren't our fan, you know, we weren't a fan of the team. But there's always that 1 or 2 guys that if you go back, you're like, oh, yeah, I remember him.
Yeah.
You know? I wouldn't mind having one of them guys. Oh, yeah, I remember him.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, isn't Corey Joseph still playing?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's on the Warriors.
The Warriors. He played tonight, bro. I'm gonna look at his numbers because what I'd like from a Corey Joseph is not a lot of minutes. So if he's not playing a lot right now, I would love it. So he played 21 minutes tonight. Damn it. So he's probably gonna be on somebody's radar.
Like even like someone like Monte Morris.
Yeah. How tall is he? 6'2"?
A guy like him. How tall is he? You know, he's 6. How tall is he? I don't know. So yeah, 6'2". I just looked it up.
Okay. So and the Corey Joseph thing intrigues me because Corey Joseph is a underappreciated athlete. If people don't I think he went to Texas. Was he at Texas with Kevin Durant? Or after? He may have been after Kevin Durant. I think he may have. I think DJ Augustine is the name that I'm reaching for. That was there with Kevin Durant, but Corey Joseph is still a quality NBA point guard that I like.
And he was a Canadian.
He's a Canadian.
He was one of the OG Canadian guys.
Yeah. I like it, and he's tough, man. He's like a tough guy, which I like those tough guys and tough guy moments.
Oh, you know what he did tonight? He had 8 points. He was 2 for 2 from 3 for 3 from the field in 8 minutes.
Okay. Not bad, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's something like, I guess, I don't know what you're getting at with this, but to me, we got to look at replacing IQ's energy / play. I don't know if it was playmaking, but yeah, it's playmaking ability.
Right.
We don't have that on the bench right now at the 1/2.
I think I agree with you, but I don't agree with how you have to do it.
I agree with you. It doesn't have to be a big name.
I don't think it has to be one person.
That's true too.
Right. Because in theory, we're looking to replace about 20 points a game because because RJ and OG Anunoby don't cancel each other out. Right. OG Anunoby makes this team a championship level defense, but he's only going to give you about 12 points a game with Randall and Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And because he's not a second unit creator also. And you saw that in the Brooklyn game when we needed a bucket, OG Anunoby.
Yeah, he was running with the second unit. That offense was abysmal.
Doo-doo. Yeah.
Doo-doo Brown.
Doo-doo Brown. Yeah. So, and my thing is, if you want to replace what IQ brought, right now, remember Emmanuel Quickley brought you a lot of stuff. He was an excellent rebounding guard for his size, 6'2", 6'3", get you 3 or 4 rebounds in limited minutes. That's a lot of rebounds for a dude that's not going to play. Remember, he was getting you 2 or 3 rebounds after Tibbs put him in a doghouse. Right. So if you're talking about a dude that's going to come here and that's going to play 22, 23 minutes, are you looking for that guy to also get you 3 rebounds, 3 assists? Are you looking at a guy that's going to get you 15, 3 and 3 on 40% from 3 and top 60 NBA defender? That's a lot to replace, right? When that's who Emmanuel Quickley is.
See, I think our bench guys now, because what we need is the stat fillers that do the things that Randall and Brunson do combined when they're off the floor. So they can play realistic minutes, 36, 38,
Yeah.
And we need, if it's more than one guy, we need someone to pick up the score, like someone that can score for us when they're not on the floor, that can create their own shot, create shots for other people. Like a reincarnation of Jamal Crawford would be nice.
Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah.
Is the first thing named. As soon as you say that archetype, that's the first thing that came out.
I mean, they've been saying that's the name I forgot earlier when I was thinking Plan B. Which
I don't think Tom Thibodeau and Jordan Clarkson can
coexist.
Yeah, you remember that TV show, The Odd Couple?
Yeah.
Can 2 best friends share something without driving each other crazy? Remember, hey, chat, y'all remember Oscar Madison used to be a beat writer for the Mets? Anybody remember that? The Mets and Knicks? Yeah. I don't know, Coach. So if you're talking about that type of guy, what about the defensive component that Quickley brought?
Say that again, that name.
If you're interested in Jordan Clarkson,
Right.
who could give you the 15, 3, and 3,
Yeah.
what do you do for the defensive component that Emmanuel Quickley brought to the table?
Yeah.
Do you go out and get a separate guy to do that?
Well, I mean, that's where a guy like
Deuce should step up.
Yeah, well, I guess Deuce. I mean, he's already doing pretty well defensively in the front court. I mean, in the back court. So maybe he can concentrate on that a little more, and not have to worry about being the playmaker,
Right.
in that unit. But it's just the names of some of them other guys, like the Murrays, the Burks, the Bruce Browns. They got that D.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah. No doubt.
But
so I have consternation with how we go about doing it, right? Like, if we're replacing Quickley, we have to keep in mind that Emmanuel Quickley is an odd duck, right? So Quickley's best NBA superpower is organizing team defense. That's his best superpower. What Emmanuel Quickley does better than all the other things he does is organize your defense. Is he the best on-ball defender? No, because he's got limitations. He's still little. He's got to grow into that NBA body. He's not a Yeti like Uncle Freezie, right? Like Uncle Freezie could legit walk up to the bench press and bench 315 in his sleep, right? That's not always it sounds like a great thing, but maintaining a ectomorph body is bananas. Right? Coach, I don't know if you know anything about that, bro, but maintaining a large human being's body is bananas.
Right? I do. Like when I was in shape, I was large for a running back. I was a running back, a 240 running back, back in the day. Right. So I was used to moving some meat around.
Huge.
Yeah.
Because high school running backs around here, I'm talking about just average size running backs, man, are like 175. High school running backs. I'm not talking about college running backs where dudes are like getting close to 190, 200 pounds, and pro running backs that are like 205, 210 is a big back nowadays. I'm talking about just average size guy like running back, bro.
Yeah.
In high school is not 240. But y'all don't understand what coach is talking about.
They turned me into a fullback in college, but I tore my ACL and lost a step. But between my junior and senior year, they just started this thing called laser time.
Right.
That wasn't the thing.
Laser time.
The laser
before you had to trust somebody doing this.
Yeah, clicking that button. So I remember going to the Florida Gators summer camp between my junior and senior year. I was 238 and I ran a laser 4.53. Yeah.
That's fast, by the way.
Yeah. I used to run a 10.9 in the 100 track.
Bro, that speed is NFL first round pick time.
Yeah.
If you're 240 and run in the low 4.5s, that's immediate first day draft pick type talent.
But when I tore my ACL, I lost a step, started smoking out a little too much, and ate some munchies. And I was like 265. I had that freshman 15.
That freshman 15?
Yeah, that kicked in.
Yeah.
I was like 265 my freshman year, and I became a fullback, but it was straight. I could still boogie,
Yeah.
But no. But then after you get done, and then you start going to, you go to Anytime Fitness gym, in your late 20s, you think you're still the man.
Yeah.
by then I was over 3 bills.
Yeah, every year just adding 10 pounds, 10 pounds just every
I was
year.
still the last time I dunked, I was like 325.
Me too.
Around there. And then after that, I was like, nope.
Dunk for what?
My Achilles said nope.
Right. And the thing everybody about being I think I was like 340 and dunking still off 1 foot. Like if
I'm only 6 foot, so if I had that extra 5 inches, I might have been able to do it. But
see with me, I'm like I'm gonna say this. It's gonna sound mad racial and inappropriate, but I'm silverback gorilla build.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like long arms, big chest dude. You know what I'm saying? Big butt dude. You know what I'm saying? So
Freezie got back.
I like big butts. You know what I'm saying? But so I'm like that build, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like small stomach. Like I don't have so I got grandpa gut, but not like Santa gut yet. Right.
Yeah.
So, but
mine still got almost like it's like even with my chest. That was my ruler. Like if it started poking out past my chest, there's a problem.
Yeah, I'm cutting back. No more KFC. Right? No more KFC for at least 2 days.
They call that a dicky do.
Yeah. We used to call it booty do. Because your stomach stick out farther than your booty do. But yeah, man, dang, you lost me, coach. I'm lost. I need to be reeled in. Otherwise,
we were talking about a big dude, like moving around as a bigger person, or
yeah.
We lost track. Well, even before that, Knicks wise.
Yeah, man. So
you know what we're in though right now. The phase we're in. This reminds me of waiting on the Donovan Mitchell trade.
Yeah.
Again, like we've already been through all the scenarios in our head, what we should do, what picks we're willing to give up, blah blah blah. But we've already gone through the whole league on who's possible to get, who we could get, who we should get.
Right.
Now it's like we got to pass the time for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah.
I mean, we were kind of spoiled. They made that OG trade as early as they did.
Right. Right. But you know what though? The Knicks always trade in that window.
Oh yeah.
This front office, that early January window is they're accustomed to it. Remember, that's how we acquired Denzel Valentine.
Oh yeah.
That's how we a year later. That's how we acquired Cam Reddish.
Mm-hmm.
The year before that, I think we acquired Derrick Rose or something like that. I can't remember. But they do trade early. They will trade early. The last year trading for Josh Hart on deadline day was an anomaly for them.
Mm-hmm.
But they did it. So there's that. Right. But coach, this is what I'd like the Knicks, what I'd wish the Knicks would do. And this is me wishing on a star, everybody. So relax. Relax. This is not hardcore commentary. This is just wishing on a star. So for those of y'all watching, like we're rewatching this, for those of y'all maybe watching this on Friday morning or Thursday night or whenever you see this is just me wishing on a star, right? In a perfect world, I think the Knicks should get Tyler Hero, Kevin Love, and Caleb Martin from Miami. One trade solves it all, right? Because what happens is with Kevin Love on your second unit, you get 3 things that you don't understand that you need, but once you get it, you like, holy crap! Why didn't we have this before?
Dude,
right?
that's the stretch 4 or 5 guy I'm talking about. At least I know he's more of an outside shooter now compared to what he used to be.
Right.
But that's the kind of guy we need. That skill set.
But you know what though? So you have a second unit that wants to get out and run, right? Kevin Love is not a point guard, but what he does do, he rebounds high volume for his minutes, right? But the best part of that, he's probably the best outlet passer the NBA has ever seen.
Yeah.
Right. So while he can't sprint up the floor, he'll push that thing up the floor, bro, and it eliminates the use of a point guard.
Is the Brett Favre of the NBA?
Yeah.
He can sling it.
Yeah, bro. It was like my boss. This was about 1998 or so. About 1990, like about 97, 98. I was working for a bank, right? And I know y'all don't remember this bank, but it's a bank called Fleet. It was a bank called, Fleet Bank, whatever. And I was on the mortgage part of it. And what happened is people used to fax stuff to me for me to put into files, and I used to have to check files and all that stuff, right? But then my boss came, he was like, I was at the water fountain, and he just walked up. I was like, "Hey boss, what's up, man?" And I was a nobody at that point. But I'm still Uncle Freezie. Right. So he walked up, he was like, "Who are you again?" I'm like, "I'm Uncle Freezie." He's like, "What?" and so I was like, "So what's going on? You look stressed." And he's like, "Why is this random employee talking to me?" No lie. Hand to the man, bro. Hand to the man. This is the look, because the bank that we worked in an office complex. It was like 4,500 people, and he was the man. And I was the one in that 4999. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he was like, "What?" And I was like, he's like, "Man, these emails are stressing me out, bro." And basically he was just unloaded on me, like, "Man, emails, man, people just don't understand." No, I'm sorry, I got it backwards. He was like, "These faxes, I got to create a whole department for faxing and all this stuff." I was like, "Bro, just get him to email it." He was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, just get people to email it to not to a department, but to one person. Get all those people that are got these fax machines running like 20 hours a day. Just get them to scan the document and email it." And he's like, "What's your name again?" I was like, "Man, I'm Uncle Freezie. Everybody know me." And everybody outside of him knew me, right?
Right.
And so from then on, he was like, "Yo, get that kid. What's that kid's name?" And I was like, "Who, him? Do you see what he eat for breakfast?" I was in that 400-pound area. He's like, "Get him, because his laziness makes him brilliant." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you ever been around people that are so lazy they all constantly try to make things better, easier? That was me.
Don't work harder, work smarter.
Work smarter, right? And then that man, and what wound up happening is we started spending less money on fax machines. We started spending less money on, and I hate to say it, but for those that ever worked temp jobs before, but we started spending less money on the temp service and all that stuff, and the money that we said, Coach, no lie, bro, no lie. That same year, they gave us we got $3,500 bonuses and a George Foreman grill that year for Christmas.
What?
Bro, and I don't know if you ever got a $3,500 bonus in the 90s and you had kids.
That's official.
That shit hit different. You hear me? That hit different, bro. So I guess what I'm getting at is ultimately the whole work hard, work smarter, not harder thing is what we should probably be doing. How we replace Quickley is not necessarily go out and get a Emmanuel Quickley replica, right? but people that can efficiently do all the things off the bench that Tom Thibodeau requires. Not necessarily getting a Quickley guy, but if you need a second unit facilitator, you need defense, and you need 3-point shooting, you can find veteran guys that can do that for a spell until you draft it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's what you get with Caleb Martin and Kevin Love. And now you already know what you're gonna get with Tyler Hero, bro. Buckets.
Yep.
Buckets. And don't talk to me about defense, because I know a lot of Knicks fans they say Tyler Hero don't play D. Really? You think Miami is gonna let that kid play and not play defense? You think the Knicks value defense more than the Miami Heat? That's part of the Knicks stuff is I think sometimes we get caught up in our own press clippings where we think we value defense more than the Milwaukee Bucks or the Miami Heat. Right?
Right.
Tyler Hero, Kevin Love, Caleb Martin. You get a wing athlete off the bench that can defend in certain units with OG Anunoby. Kevin Love is that second unit. Bro, did you watch the Brooklyn game where we couldn't grab a rebound? Imagine that with Kevin Love.
I know.
He can't defend, right? He can't defend what to do. But if you mess around and double team anybody on the floor and leave Kevin Love open for three, it's punishment. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's That's my
what,
dream scenario, bro. Do you have one where you say, chat, what's your scenario? Like who do you want to get? Who's your cure-all? What's your cure-all move, chat?
I saw Sherwin said something about Gordon Hayward.
I like Gordon Hayward too.
That's buckets.
But I don't like a trade for Gordon Hayward. I like Gordon Hayward in the buyout market.
Supposedly the rumor is that's what Charlotte might be doing with him.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, I would like Kyle Lowry in the buyout market. If I could get both of those guys in the buyout market.
I know I heard about that Kyle Lowry thing too. I wouldn't be mad at that. That's that backup PG thing I was talking about.
And he's a winner. And sure, he's lost a step. But who else? But the thing is, and this is for Sherwin. Sherwin, who else to coach Deuce McBride in that Kyle Lowry archetype other than Lowry? Because Deuce McBride's never going to be Chris Paul. Chris Paul could make him better, right? But if I was coaching Coach at 19, if I had Coach as a freshman or whatever, you know what I'm saying? My running backs coach would be Mike Allstott. I'd be like, hey, Allstott, coach up this young kid. He don't know what he's doing, bro.
Yeah.
He don't know. So like for me, when I was boxing, right? When I was boxing, my boxing coach probably should have been a guy like Larry Holmes. Like who else to coach Uncle Freezie, a boxing coach wise, than say Larry Holmes? Because I was that archetype. So yeah, man. DSJ says Talent Hero gives you scoring and dumb looking scowl. Yeah. I understand, but I'm just talking about dream scenario, everybody. I'm not talking about fixing the Knicks.
I figured it out.
He figured it out. There he is.
I'm using my iPhone.
Bim.
Hi, y'all. Remember me?
Yeah, man. There he is. The pod father.
That's it.
The pod father. There he is. Bim. The king of everything podcast.
We're going to make the Hawks an offer they can't refuse.
Yeah, man.
That's my dream. All right, we got who? I guess you kind of already answered this, but that's kind of a lot of people saying a lot of things. Oh, we don't need him. Man, I want DeJounte Murray real bad.
Yeah. I'm with you, bro.
Two-way player. Gets hot. When Brunson takes... We get someone like Murray, right? Him and Brunson can each run about 6 to 8 minutes each with the second unit.
Right.
And I mean, and that, like, for 30 minutes, that starting five needs to play together, obviously.
Right.
But then that's what normally happens. About 25 to 30 minutes, all five starters are together. At the beginning of the game, there's that 8 minute stretch.
Yeah.
And there's that closing unit, which kind of Josh Hart's been going in for Devo to close games.
I don't like that either, bro.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man. Have we talked enough about DiVincenzo, the Ragu?
So first of all, there's this thing with Dante, bro, where let me clarify and just specify on that, right? So I've always loved Dante DiVincenzo as a player.
Mm-hmm.
I love Dante DiVincenzo as a Knick, right? I think his contributions are very underrated, right?
Yep.
Here's the other thing, though. I personally think he defers too much to Josh Hart. Right? Now, nothing against Josh Hart. Now, here's the thing, Coach. I don't know if you've heard this or not, but I like Dante. I don't like Josh Hart. Right? So if you're a Josh Hart fan, listen, I'm not here to offend you. What I'm saying is I like peanut butter, you like jelly. So what? It don't make a difference. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to one person trying to be offensive to another. That's not what it is. If you like Josh Hart and you like his energy and you like all the antics that go along with Josh Hart, so what? That's you, right? I like Dante DiVincenzo because of the high 3-point percentage. The moments are never to... Coach, when have you ever questioned a Dante DiVincenzo basketball play? Ever? See what I mean, chat?
Lately,
ever. No, I'm talking about ever. Have you ever seen Dante DiVincenzo make a basketball play that was so head scratching that you're like, yo, what is he doing?
I mean, sometimes he does some silly passes,
right?
But other than that, nah. I'm like, I'm always surprised, like pleasantly. Right. Like he's such an underrated athlete. First of all,
right.
That dude.
Yo, you remember Joe Jaravicious?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
You remember Joe Jaravicious?
Yeah. Penn State Bucks.
Yo, you remember how he used to burn corners and cats like, oh,
he only ran a 4.7.
Yeah, but he was sneaky athletic,
like
the guy you always thought, like, all right, man, I ain't worried. Oh, touchdown, okay. Oops. Yeah. So my thing is with Dante DiVincenzo is, I think pound for pound, he may be the second or third best athlete, third or fourth best athlete on the roster. I mean, I don't know if he's more athletic than OG Anunoby. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That's interesting to think about. Is he more athletic than Mitchell Robinson? I don't think so. Right? I don't think he is, because he does different stuff. Right? Is he more athletic than Deuce McBride? I don't know. Is he more athletic than Jericho?
Dante?
No.
Dante's more athletic than Deuce.
Hey, if you say yes, man, okay.
I mean,
I don't think
he got some ups, man.
He's not more athletic than Jericho Sims. Jericho Sims is a freak of nature.
That dude, he needs to go to the Akeem Olajuwon school or something.
Jericho Sims?
Yeah.
Jericho.
You know how Akeem was working with the dudes in the post? And...
Hey, bro, you ever had a homeboy that couldn't dance? But everybody rocking, everybody like the girls is on the floor. You like, come here,
yeah. They were my hype. He was my hype man.
Bump you and shit, bump your drink all on your shirt. You like,
they became the hype man.
Yeah, Jericho Sims.
Yeah, but
the energy is there.
There was always that dude. No, he's the perfect example of. There was always that dude at school in gym that can dunk like crazy, but couldn't play no basketball.
Right?
He'd jump out of the gym. You're like, damn, what? That dude can jump. But he was like, wore the same pair of jeans 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah, that guy. That guy. No. So shout out to our Dickinson High. So we were Dickinson High 1982. Me and the original white chocolate Jason Thompson used to be our point guard. Okay. The original Jason Thompson. He was I think he was Irish, right? He was our point guard, right? He was about 5'11", but he said he was 6'1", right? And I was 6'2", right, in 9th grade, but I used to claim 6'5". Coach was like, "Kid, we'll give you 6'3". We're like, "Coach, look at me with
them high school basketball coaches be lying on that roster sheet, boy."
But our boy Kenny Washington, so I tell the Kenny Washington story all the time, right? So Kenny Washington, both of his parents were destitute. Like his parents got caught up in the crack era. Mm-hmm. And his grandmother pulled him out of that situation, and he lived with his grandmother. But he lived way across, like for instance, if Coach, what part of New York you familiar with? You familiar with Long Island?
Yeah, you know that. That's where I was born, baby.
So okay. So say Kenny Washington had to travel from Brentwood all the way to Hempstead every day for school. So he had to get up before everybody. And be at class at 7:55, right? So this dude was legit getting up like 5 o'clock in the morning, right? We have a game, right? We'd have a game. And so this is 9th graders. So, we used to play at 6:30, right? 6:30 to 8:30, 9:15. He walking out the door. This dude might not get home till 11, right? Back home to his grandma. And then be back up 5 o'clock in the morning to go back to school, right?
Right.
But that dude that when we saw, me and Jason were talking, we were getting, because we used to, back in the day, there used to be this thing called the Police Athletic League. People don't remember that, right? But he and I used to play against it. We didn't know each other, but we used to play in these tournaments at a YMCA called for the Police Athletic League. That's when they used to open a Y up Saturday mornings. Used to go register at 7:50. Game started at 8:15, and you play all day with blah blah blah, right? He and I wound up being at Dickinson High School together, right? And we out there scoping. We're like, we know we're gonna make the team, right? Because Mr. Marcellus, the coach of the team, was my 7th grade teacher. He already said, yo, go to Dickinson. Don't go to Snyder. Go to Dickinson. Don't go to, if you go to Snyder, I'm gonna punch you in the throat. And I'm like, Mom, but he said if I go to Snyder, he gonna punch me in the throat. And Coach, this is, I know, Chad, I know y'all a little bit younger, but the thing is, back in the day, that's how adults used to talk to you. Like in the early 80s, he would legit come in the classroom smoking a cigarette, like, "Kid, I'm telling you, if you go to Snyder, I'm gonna punch you in your damn throat." This is the 80s, right? So, but anyway, we see Kenny Washington walk in the gym, and white chocolate, no lie, the original white chocolate, Jason Thompson, right, says, "Yo, Uncle Freezie, what the fuck is that?" And I look, and this kid is like 6'7", the darkest human being you ever seen in your life, bro. He was Kenny was so dark that his shadow was lighter than he was, right? No lie, Kenny Washington, hand to the man. He wound up being a 2-year starter at Ball State, right? But Coach, we came in and we were running, and this dude was so out of shape. He's like, "Coach, what is that?" He was like, "Yo, he's gonna be the man for us. Watch, watch." And we were in the layup line, and he looked like RJ Barrett in the layup line, bro. I mean, he was throwing shots off the top of the ball was getting stuck, and you know how you wedge the ball, all that, and I was like, oh my god, this dude's a disaster. But as the season went on,
Mm-hmm.
that dude, no lie, I threw a lob to him in Bayonne, right? My one of my assistant coaches was a student coach. He's like, Uncle Freezie, whenever you want to throw a lob, just throw it, aim it at the outside corner of the backboard, and the other guy got to go up and get it. If he don't get it and you aimed it at that's his fault.
Yep.
Right? We were in Bayonne. We were losing.
How tall was he?
Then he was 6'7". I think he wound up being like 6'11". He was bro, and he was younger than us, coach. This dude, like my birthday is in January, right? This dude's birthday is in like May. Right. So he was like the baby of the bunch as a freshman. So this dude, bro, no lie, hand to the man, bro. We throw him the lob. I threw the lob off the backboard and he missed it. It bounced off the backboard, but then he caught it and he dunked in Bayonne. We were losing, no lie. We were losing to Bayonne 31-8.
My God.
We were losing to Bayonne 31-8 in Bayonne. I threw him the lob, bro. This dude misses the lob off the backboard, catches off the backboard and throws it down. And screams to the top of his lungs, ah! And the referees teched him up, and coach snatched me out the game by my collar. He's like, you know, these Italians over here will kill us.
Yep.
For those that don't know Bayonne, I'm just saying, for those that don't know Bayonne, I'm just saying, just whatever. D'Angelo is in the building. D'Angelo was good, man.
Yo.
Yeah, man.
It's something when them high school dudes, everyone's got them guys like high school. As many guys as we see come to fruition, like, you know, there's another 1,000 guys that were just hometown legends. Like, had to be a prop 48. There's them guys, you know them guys.
Right.
Had to stay home, you know, couldn't go to school, didn't know how to read or something, you know.
Right.
But I mean, there was guys like that, and everyone had one or two dudes on every team in high school that, man, I can't believe he didn't play in college or whatever, you know.
Right.
Some guys are just playground legends or late bloomers, you know. I don't know.
Right.
But you got them guys that in 8th, 9th, 10th grade, they just had it earlier than everybody. They peaked too early, you know.
Coach, this dude legit was 6'7" barefoot as a 9th grader. He was, bro, this dude, when basketball season started, he was 13.
Yo, Bo, what's good?
This dude was 13 years old as a 9th grader, bro. Cause for me, think about I'm 6'2" as a 13-year-old, right? That's extremely tall.
Yeah, hell yeah.
For a human being.
One of the tallest kids in your grade.
Sure. Yeah, man. 6'2", bro. I should have been probably a center, but Coach Marcellus put together probably the tallest team. Jason, I point the original white chocolate, the Irish dude, right? Bro. This dude was 6 foot tall as a point guard, bro. You rarely see a 6 foot tall point guard in high school, bro. Especially back then. They used to say you were 6 foot, but that man was legit barefoot, 6 foot tall. Yeah, man.
I got to get a green screen.
Yeah.
Like a background for real.
Yeah, man. So, hey, so what's your expectation for what the Knicks are gonna do this next week or so? You know, they have Denver. We have Denver tonight, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we have Denver tonight.
Let me look up the schedule. Yeah. I just want to say I don't mean to get too emotional and all, but I just want to thank you and thank everyone out there. Like, I need this, man. And I really miss this. This, like me and you rapping tonight.
Right.
I mean, already over an hour or so has got by like that.
Like,
And like
that.
it just reminds me of like them friends and family you ain't seen in forever. But like when you see him again, it's just like you never left. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
And
Right.
I just had that little epiphany just now. So
Right.
I just
Like,
want to
you know
thank
how it is
you.
with
Thank
people
everybody.
that you don't want anything from them. They don't want anything from you except just fellowship, just rocking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like if I never got on this, if something happened, your apartment blew up or something, and you didn't have no internet or nothing or whatever, man, I would still want to text you and talk to you all the time. I'd find a way to get a hold of you again.
Yeah, man. We
mean,
do carrier pigeon.
Yeah, like
Just do carrier pigeon or just meet in St. Louis or something.
I still gotta get a real bro hug from you.
Yeah, man.
So it's gonna happen.
Bro.
Pause.
I'm a big dude, bro, too. So, like, like the first time I saw Jay Boogie, I was like, Jay Boogie, be on guard, bro. Like when I tell you, like, I'm a big person, like I stand out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, nah, man, I got plenty of big dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? I've been to such. And then they see you, they like, yo, you should be playing for the Panthers. I'm like, relax, bro. I'm in my 50s. Like, what you do?
I
Like, what
mean,
the hell are you talking about, bro? I'm in my 50s,
I
bro.
pulled a hammy going to the bathroom this morning, man.
Yeah,
Relax.
man. I got a Charlie horse getting off the bed, bro. What are you talking about?
Man, I got a cramp, man. What was you doing? I woke up.
I woke up,
I
bro.
just got out of bed and got a cramp. That's when you know you're getting up there. Cramp for no damn reason.
For no reason, bro.
So
Andios is in the building.
We got Nuggets tonight.
Yep.
Then we got.
How do you feel about Knicks versus Nuggets?
It's going to be a nice little. I'm curious who OG is going to cover. Michael Porter, you think, or Jamal?
I think they're going to start out with DiVincenzo on Murray.
Okay.
And then conserve some OG energy for later in the game so that he'll be able to switch onto everybody in the fourth quarter. Some Murray, KCP, Porter, and even some Jokic on the perimeter, not in the post.
Right.
And as a deterrent, not as a stopper, right? So understand what I'm saying, everybody. I'm not saying OG on Jokic on the perimeter as a deterrent, right? Like, try to stop him from putting the ball on the ground. Try to keep Jokic as a passer, even though that's dangerous too. But when Jokic has all three weapons at his disposal,
right,
he's unstoppable, right?
You know what's gonna sound weird?
What's that?
Is if iHeart isn't there, which they said he's probably going to be out today too, right?
I think so.
I tell you what, Jericho Sims, no cap, he had some pretty good defensive moments in that game. Like, he was doing some pretty good things defensively.
Okay.
He was disrupting shots. Yo, what's up, Chef? What's good? He had quick hands. He was like poking at some passes and people coming down the lane. And Jericho Sims is someone on the team right now. He's probably one of the only guys strong enough. I'm not saying he's gonna lock up Jokic or nothing. I'm just saying he's one of the only guys, physicality wise, that can, strength for strength, can probably hang with Jokic.
Right.
Keep him from backing down and.
Right. So my thing is with Jericho Sims, is I think Jericho Sims is being miscast by the Knicks. Right? I think Jericho Sims, and maybe I'm wrong, and IKBM Dre tells me this all the time that I'm wrong. but I believe that I'm right. So I'm not gonna back down on this. I think Jericho Sims is a 3/4 wing defender. Not offensive guy. Right? Now don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that he's OG Anunoby offensively, right? I'm saying he has zero offense in a Dennis Rodman type.
Ron Artest.
No, because Artest had offense.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. He can dribble a little bit.
I'm talking about like the guy from Boston, Leon Poe.
Yeah.
Right, and even Leon Poe had a little bit more offense than Sims. What I'm saying is Jared Vanderbilt. I think the Knicks should have him in that Jared Vanderbilt mode,
right,
guarding 3s and 4s, and if he fouls out the game, so what?
Yeah,
you know, if he is that's so what? I would like to see him and a backup center play together, a rim protector, because Jericho Sims can block shots, but he's not a natural. Bro, it's like you remember Percy Harvin?
Yeah, of course.
You remember how Percy
Gators,
Harvin could run the football? Remember how he could run the football?
Mm-hmm.
Percy Harvin is not a running back, though.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
He was, if he didn't get injured, he was Debo Samuel before Debo.
Exactly. Right, exactly. But Percy Harvin was like a gadget guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what but he could do some stuff, but he wasn't that guy. Right? Like he wasn't a tight end, he wasn't a running back, he was barely a receiver. He was just a superb athlete. Right?
Yeah, you just had to get him on the field and get him the ball.
And then on the opposite end of that was a dude named Steve Slayton, right? Who was a running back, who had running back instincts that just didn't have
West
size.
Virginia.
Yeah. You remember
him and Noel Devine.
Yeah. Pat White.
He's down in Southwest Florida, North Fort Myers alum. Where I used to be.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, so what I'm saying with Jericho Sims is Jericho Sims looks like the hulked out version of Jared Vanderbilt, but I feel like their athleticism is the same. Right? I mean, you know, and I may be wrong, but I feel like Jericho Sims, the reason why he's not a dominant NBA center is because he's not an NBA center, in my opinion.
Yeah,
That's my opinion of it. I say get him out, and I would love to see him for 3 or 4 possessions a game guard Jason Tatum. Right? Not all game, because you have OG Anunoby.
Give him the business.
Yeah, just
6-7 minutes. You know.
Yeah, make him work.
He's like, man, this guy.
Because is Jason Tatum more athletic than Jericho Sims to you?
I mean, fluidity wise, but not explosiveness.
No, and not strength wise either.
Yeah, no. Right. I like to know that. I got to know his weight room numbers.
Sims?
Yeah,
we got to work out with him, bro.
He's just built. He's just naturally built like that. I don't know if he's hitting the gym crazy, but
yeah. If he's a walk around guy, you know how dudes just walk around with a certain look.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what do you do? Man, I do 25 push-ups in the morning. That's it.
He's like, what? I just helped my grandfather bale some hay, you know.
Yeah. I just helped them put some hay on the truck. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So,
where's he from?
Minnesota.
Oh, that's kind of that corn-fed belt.
Yeah, and his pops is a Minnesota legend. His pops went to University of Minnesota.
Right.
So his pops is a basketball legend in Minnesota. That's why every time I don't know if you noticed this, but every time we go to Minnesota, Jericho Sims gets a lot of minutes, gets some looks from Tibbs. I think that's a classy move. You know, even with everybody healthy, Jericho Sims gets a look in Minnesota. I think that's a classy move. So,
I mean, there's no one in the NBA right now. I don't want to say no one. I'm sure we can scour some rosters, but no one's like 250, 260 like him and look like that.
no.
I mean, Braun, obviously.
Yeah.
But
And LeBron is going for that guard body.
yeah.
And I respect that at 250. If you can look like an NBA guard at 250, then do it. Because I legit think LeBron James right now is like a 33-inch waist.
Yeah. Like LeBron, what LeBron's doing is what a lot of end of the he's obviously one of the smartest basketball players to ever play. I mean, you can't deny that.
Is he the GOAT?
I don't want to start this conversation.
I'm asking because we have another channel. We have a channel called the Check Ball Podcast that we just talk about all NBA stuff. And so
he's when you talk about the GOAT running backs, right?
Right.
There's a lot of names out there. Man, Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, Jim Brown, Emmett, Eric Dickerson. Then you got like
Emmett's not in my top 10, bro.
But here's the thing. Emmett, all right, there's all these different categories, right? When they talk about abilities, and what one of the best attributes is durability.
Right.
And availability.
Right.
LeBron James is the Emmitt Smith. Because he's got some longevity records that are just going to be hard to be beat.
Right.
Because I'm sure a lot of y'all play 2K out there.
Right.
And you're doing your creative player, and some of y'all like to cheat and get in the front office thing and tweak some of the guys stuff. Right. And one of the things in there, if you get in the advanced ratings, is prime age, where they start falling, their stats start falling off, their attributes.
Right.
Now, LeBron James, no one's maintained the peak longer than this dude, period.
Right.
As far as that goes, GOAT. Like, there has been no from the minute he stepped foot in the NBA, he has not fallen off yet. As far as productivity,
Right.
Now, you want to talk about the leaders and you get in all these conversations about the championships. Then, if you want to talk about that, Bill Russell, period. Right. A lot of people don't talk about how many years did Michael Jordan play? 14.
Yeah, Mike retired twice though. Mike took 2 breaks.
Yeah, and they didn't forget about he lost more than he won. Technically,
right.
He was the best finisher. Like, when he got there, he won, but he didn't always get there.
Right.
Like, Boston and the Pistons whooped his ass for years.
Yeah.
But anyway, if LeBron was drafted in 1982, he would have been built different. They would have made him a power forward, like he would have had more meat on his bones, and his whole game would have changed. He came up when the NBA is different.
Yeah.
And the NBA changed since him. too.
Yeah.
And he's adapted.
The rules are way more like, bro. When you see, I'm gonna show you a play, right? I'm gonna see if I can find it on YouTube. And when you see it, you're gonna be like, "Yo, what is going on?" YouTube, don't ban me, YouTube, on some mess. YouTube, don't act crazy. This is for educational purposes only, YouTube, because you know how YouTube can get, bro.
Yeah,
you know how they can get. YouTube gets in this thing where, if you do something, they'll tag you for like a year and watch everything you do. So YouTube, this is for educational purposes only. I want to show you guys the steal.
We are not broadcasting for any monetary reasons.
No. YouTube, yeah, YouTube, relax, because I think YouTube has the trigger finger already. Right.
All rights go to the original production company who made this.
Yo, I'm gonna show you this, and it's gonna be the weirdest thing. Right. Okay. So I think I have it. Okay. So I think I have it here. I'm gonna put it on the screen, and I want to just bear with me, y'all. Just bear with me. So.
Yeah. Yes. Blue Drew had a good comment. Said put Jericho Sims in the gym with Rashid for the summer. Rasheed Wallace.
Oh, this thing. Okay. Man, come on. That's not what I wanted. Come on, man. YouTube. Come on. Okay. All right. So this right here, everybody, is the Oklahoma City rookie point guard, Cason Wallace. Coach, watch what Cason Wallace does right here, and tell me how many steps he took, and would this be a violation?
Oh my God!
Would this
I've never seen so many travels. That happens so many times. Every game I see 2 or 3 steppers.
Right, and so just watch this with me, just to
right.
Watch this. Okay. All right. There's the steal, right?
Oh,
there's the steal, right? Okay, now watch the rest of this. 1, 2. Did you see that, Coach? Coach, did you see that?
Oh my God!
Did y'all see that?
He even cradled the ball like this while I was doing it. He was holding it like a plate of nachos.
And this is a highlight, bro. Mind you, this is an NBA highlight, right? Watch this, everybody. Watch this.
Hey, you can put it in slow motion. If you do that settings cog.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right. So let me playback.
There it is. Playback speed.
So I want to go
half.
All right. So I'm gonna go half speed on this. Watch this, everybody. 1, 2.
Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Bro. Have you ever seen that this era? See, stuff like this is the reason why I say players now, right, have an advantage over the conversation of players back in the day. Right. Jake, what's good, bro? Bro, no lie, Coach. No lie. When you see stuff like that, bro, and then you have the conversation, you're like, this is post LeBron. That move right there is post LeBron, right? Like LeBron is what, 39? Right? This right here started happening when LeBron was like, what, 35, 36?
Yeah.
Where guys could legit not even, yeah. I personally believe
the other
LeBron,
one is the pivot foot changing too happens like
crazy. Oh my God, all the time. All you have to do is wait and reestablish the pivot foot.
Yeah. Like, and the thing that pissed me off is it gets called on the Knicks like during the worst time sometimes. I'm like, really? It's happened 3 or 4 times this game. You're gonna call it now on us?
Right. The Randall offensive foul screen, the moving screen.
Oh my God! They say he put his elbow up. All he did was lean his shoulder in a little bit.
Right.
I mean, back in, I hate to sound like one of my old fogies, but back in the day, that was nothing. That still is nothing.
Right. And nobody, honestly, nobody illegal screens more than you ever seen Sabonis from Sacramento? Nobody illegal screens more than him. Now, are the majority of his screens great NBA screen? I think he's an excellent screen setter, right?
Yeah.
But 35 feet away from the rim, he looks like he's doing a Cupid shuffle.
Yeah. I mean, iHeart follows people around doing screens, but he's smart about it. He actually gets in the right position and he realizes, oh, I shouldn't move here. And then, whoop, yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. No lie, bro. I think that. Well, let me close my thought on the LeBron James GOAT conversation thing. I think LeBron James is the greatest athlete to play North American sports. Period. I think he's greater than Michael Jordan, right? I think he's greater than Barry Bonds. I think he's greater than Emmitt Smith. I think he's greater than Tom Brady. I think LeBron James is the greatest athlete ever, North American athlete, right?
And you mean just like the total package, size / athletic ability,
speed, intelligence, winning.
Yeah, total package.
Winning everything, right? The reason why I think Michael Jordan is great, but not the greatest, I think I have Michael Jordan probably 4th all time in the GOAT conversation. And the reason why, and I know that sounds like sacrilege, right? But I think you have to take into account how great the Chicago Bulls organization was and how great of a head coach they had, right? All these things that allowed Michael Jordan to be great, right? And I'm going to give an example. When Steve Kerr and Bob Myers arrived in Golden State exerting their superpowers, all of a sudden, the Golden State Warriors went from a fun team to watch on League Pass to NBA champs. Part of that had to do with Steph Curry's greatness on the floor. A lot of that had to do with roster construction, the perfect mix of players. But also a lot of that had to do with ownership at the ownership level, at the executive level, at the coaching level, and at the player level. All those things had to align at one time in order for Golden State to become one of the greatest franchises in NBA history, right? And I'm here to tell you that the Chicago Bulls did the same thing also. They had great ownership at that time, great executives. At that time, they had great coaching. And at that time, they had a great Hall of Fame generational talent. All at the same time. And when you do that, you get somebody that goes into the GOAT conversation.
Yep.
Right. Coach, I got another example of that, right? The Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
When you have great ownership, great executives, great coaching, and a generational talent, all those things aligned, and once you add people to the GOAT conversation, right? People are not gonna, and I know people are gonna say, "Well, Michael Jordan had a 48-inch vertical." Michael Jordan is not the first athlete to jump high. Everybody, I'm sorry, right? And Michael Jordan is not the first 6'6" shooting guard that ever existed, right? Was Michael Jordan a great player? Yes, he was a great player. I don't think he's better than LeBron. And what people are going to point to is team accomplishments, right? People are going to say, you know what? Michael Jordan never lost in the finals. No, the Chicago Bulls never lost in the finals. Right? The Chicago Bulls were 6-0 in the finals. And was Michael Jordan about 60% the reason? Yes. But the other 40%, of that is the owner, the executives, the coaches, and the rest of the roster. And for the record, LeBron James won NBA championships with 3 different franchises as the man.
Mm-hmm. Would you say, besides maybe that year with the Heat, has LeBron ever played for a team with a roster top to bottom like Boston's?
You mean top heavy or deep roster?
Just has LeBron had a team around him like Boston's got?
No. You mean like guys in their prime?
Yeah. Because technically D Wade was towards the end.
Yeah. Yeah, D Wade was, when LeBron was 19, D Wade was 23. Right? Chris Bosh was 20. I mean, I'm sorry, when LeBron was 18, D Wade was 22, and Chris Bosh was 19 coming out of Georgia Tech.
Where does Bosh fall on the Celtics roster as far as option?
Chris Bosh was an excellent player, bro.
I know.
Chris Bosh is a Hall of Famer.
But I don't know. Tatum and Brown are pretty damn good.
Tatum and Brown, I think are good for the era. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Tatum is, if Tatum stopped today, if we wake up right now and Bleacher Report says Tatum retired, I still think he's a Hall of Famer. Right? Brown, when you talk about 6'6" shooting guards that can score, athletic guys, do you put Brown in that Vince Carter category?
I mean,
there are so many scorers at the shooting. The 6'6" athletic shooting guard archetype thing has so many occupants in that space that you're like, I don't know about Brown. And Brown, in my opinion, is just as, maybe not as good as Tatum, but he's in the conversation. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I'm talking about like,
because if you're asking me, basically what I'm telling you is I think it would go Tatum, Bosh, Brown.
Okay, I'll live with, yeah, I can see that. Because the thing is, I don't think Bosh, if he stayed with, like, people are just looking at, he just turned it. He was just not. He wasn't the same kind of play. Like, it seemed like he always was trying to figure out how to play
with LeBron
there, with them. You know what I'm saying? It always seemed like, because like what he was doing in Toronto before there.
Yeah,
he had that, 25 and 10 and stuff going on, like the Kevin Love
and big game coach. Remember the TNT games, like him versus Melo, him versus Wade, him versus LeBron, and them matchups, and the matchup, like when Cleveland used to go to Toronto, LeBron couldn't guard Chris Bosh, bro. He's too fast.
Mm-hmm.
People forget how fast, how mobile Chris Bosh was, bro. And then he was left-handed, so he'd fake right and go left and dunk on Varejao, and LeBron would be like, hey, what you want me to do? Bro, he used to roast Carmelo. The reason why they wanted him in Miami is because in those head-to-head matchups, bro, they knew that man was a monster, bro.
Then he started doing, it was almost like what Randall used to do before Brunson came. Like he just started like shooting outside too much and forgot he could be a bully.
You know why though, right? Remember Chris Bosh used to score. Remember when Chris Bosh was the mid-range assassin?
Yeah.
And then Toronto got the #1 pick and they drafted a guy, a 7-footer. And they had the paint clogged up with that guy and Dale. You remember old?
You mean that guy we traded for?
I'm trying not to say his name, bro. I don't want to have flashbacks. But the old Antonio Davis and old Charles Oakley and all those guys, man, in Toronto, all those old.
Yeah.
And Chris Bosh's point guard was a dude named.
Didn't Mo Pete go there too?
Yeah, Mark Peterson was still there. Yeah. Jerome Williams, remember Jerome Williams? Junkyard
Dog.
Yeah, man. I like, man, Bosh to me is a very underrated. I think he is as underrated an NBA superstar as Charles Barkley is. I think Charles Barkley is the most underrated NBA superstar to have ever existed, especially if you saw Charles Barkley play live. If you ever saw Charles Barkley play live, you're like, he's got to be top 10 player all time.
Sharif Abdur-Rahim. That's another underrated guy.
Yeah. But the LeBron thing, coach, I'm going to say LeBron is the GOAT because LeBron never had all those things that a Kobe had. Like when Kobe and Shaq hit their prime in 2000 in LA, you could argue that LA had the best ownership, best executives, best coaches, and all they needed were two supremely talented players, and they got that. And Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal. And for those that dispute that, the Lakers already had talent before that. They had Eddie Jones, Nick Van Exel. They had talent on the roster, but they just didn't have generational talent. Right? Kobe Bryant physically didn't have generational ability in terms of physical ability. Like he wasn't the fastest, wasn't the highest leaper. He was more of I'm going to work myself to death. I'm going to will my way here type guy. Right? But LeBron to me is the Fred Taylor of NBA of NBA players. For people that don't know, Fred Taylor was 6'2", 225, right? They woke him up out of his dorm room because it was the day that they were going to get clocked, right? They said Fred Taylor showed up in warm-up clothes, didn't even stretch, and ran a 4.3 140 getting out of the bed at 6'2", 225. Fred Taylor. 4.31 didn't even stretch. This man ran a 4.31 getting out of the bed. Coach, I don't know if you've ever seen 4.31 in person.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. That's fast, bro.
That one guy I was telling you about. Well, I unfortunately ran the 100-meter dash against two Olympians. 100 meters, twice during my high school. One was a guy named Tony McCall.
Okay.
He went to Ocala Forest High School. He got the silver medal in the Junior Olympics in Seoul, Korea.
Wow.
Okay. That's how fast he was.
Wow.
He played football too. He was a running back, but he obviously went to track in college. Right. The other guy was John Capel.
I remember him.
He played football a little bit for the Gators, and then they almost were gonna.
He was like
yeah. He was the leading time going in the final of the 200 meters, and he had that he slipped coming out of the blocks or something, and he had a chance to win it's just that Florida speed, man.
Yeah.
Florida boys.
That dude was so fast, bro. On a football field, it wasn't fair.
Oh yeah. I mean, he was like, he don't have the skills and stuff like Tyreek Hill, but he was like, he was like that's,
Yeah, he don't have the agility. He wasn't a nuanced route runner, and all that stuff because he was just fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like when people make the comparison of Bullet Bob Hayes and Paul Warfield, right? Paul Warfield could run a route, bro. I mean, it's like video game like. The dude was open not just because of speed, because he could run a route like a sewing machine, bro. You know what I'm saying? Guys like him, I think guys like him and Don Maynard get kind of forgotten about. You know what I'm saying? Like excellent run. Steve Largent is another dude, excellent route runner, but more handsy than routes. Like the dude just knew how to get open, right? Excellent hands, right? But ultimately, the thing I'm saying about LeBron is I think LeBron gets a disproportionate amount of hate in the media because he changed teams. And I think the NBA did a poor job of managing that. I think if here's the thing, if Cleveland, Ohio could keep superstars, they'd be talking about LeBron James as the greatest professional athlete ever.
Yeah.
But it's Cleveland, Ohio, bro. Coach, you ever been to Cleveland?
Not for long.
Yeah. Is it on your bucket list? Is it a destination?
I mean, I wouldn't mind checking out the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the NFL, Hall of Fame.
And Canton, yeah. But Cleveland ain't nowhere. Man, Cleveland, Ohio ain't nothing, bro. If LeBron was born in Chicago and was drafted number 1 by the Chicago Bulls, and I think we'd have a different story. We'd be talking about him differently.
Yeah, New York.
Yeah,
if he was a New York City boy,
bro. I'm here to tell you, if he was born in South Florida and was drafted by the Heat number 1.
Oh yeah, forget about it.
The Heat would have 8 championships right now, and LeBron would be considered the GOAT. But part of that has to do with part of it.
The talent and the players now are victim of the business of today. Like, if the front office kept that shit tight, like they did back in the day, where the team stayed together, there'd be some guys, other guys in the mix, other guys we'd be talking about. But people don't put enough. It's hard to change teams.
Yeah.
It's hard to go to a new city, start over. I don't care if you're a millionaire or not.
Right.
I'm talking about you. If you're a businessman, you're working at a company, you're used to things being done a certain way. You get transferred to LA, when you're on the East Coast, and they do things a little different over there.
Right.
The guy that makes the coffee does it a little different. Everyone does something a little different,
Right.
And you don't always get back in that groove like you used to. Like, man, when you had a place for about, you get in that groove about 3 or 4 years.
You know what I'm saying?
In that pocket at work.
Where everything just worked. Everything is synergetic.
You know exactly how little work you can do and still look busy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Still getting paid.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, the boss kind of likes you. He thinks you're working hard. And he's giving the old, like, you see that game last night?
Yeah.
And you're just comfy, and then all of a sudden that changes and you just got to start all over again.
Right.
And a lot of these guys now, superstars today, how many homegrown superstars are on the team they were started off with here in the league right now?
Hey, Coach, you know what though? This is the thing. I'm not gonna cry for homegrown talent.
Yeah.
Because what happened is the owners were hoarding up all the money. All they had to do was share, and dudes would stay.
Yeah.
Right. Like when you look at before I think it's four CBAs ago, right? 4 collective bargaining agreements ago, the owners were getting 70% of the pie, right? In their pocket, right? And then 20% of that is going to the players, and 10% of that or so is going to keep teams afloat, right? So if the owners are pocketing all the money and they don't play, that's not fair. That's why you create this vacuum of, if I'm not getting paid here, I'm going to go to the owner who is paying, right? And then you mad, right? Because, man, listen, the Indiana Pacers almost poached Larry Bird. The Indiana Pacers almost had a lineup of Vern Fleming, Reggie Miller, Chuck Person, Larry Bird, and whatever their 7-2 center was at the time. And the NBA made a rule overnight called the Larry Bird exception, right? Where you got to have a certain number of things, but they made up this rule so Larry Bird had to stay in Boston.
Yeah.
Right? Because if Larry Bird would have left Boston, then now you're like, well, what if Magic really does want to play for the Pistons? What if Isaiah Thomas, and this is like 1985, right? What if Isaiah Thomas really does want to play for the Chicago Bulls? You know, so what if dudes do want to go back to their hometowns, right? All the owners had to do was share the money. They can't cry you a river when they were keeping all the money for themselves. The players, bro, you think the players didn't know how the crowd reacted when they dunked? Right? You didn't think Dominique Wilkins knew, like, every time he did a dunk, the Atlanta crowd would go crazy? He knew that. Right? And he knew that, bro. So, yeah, so like when the owners, like people put out the narratives of, you know, homegrown talent and all that stuff. Listen,
you know where the best barbecue joint is in town?
Yeah. And the barbecue joint is bringing that stuff to your house. They're like, yo, I cook for Dominique Wilkins. You think they're not bringing it? They delivering it to your house, and then all of a sudden you get traded to the Clippers? The dudes in LA ain't bringing barbecue to your house, bro. They know your schedule. They know Neek like to eat barbecue on Friday nights when his mom come over, and they have it set up already and all that stuff. And then now you get traded to the Clippers, and your mom not even in town, bro. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I well, back to what we was talking about with Jaylen Brown. Well, here's a good acquiesce segue, whatever, to what we were talking about.
Transition.
Boston. It seems like some of the top teams are. I've talked about this before, like last year. I was talking about this a couple times. Sometimes drafting a guy that becomes a superstar is luck.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the people, how many surefire number ones and supposed to be superstars became superstars? Right. More guys became superstars that people didn't know they were going to be superstars than the ones that they thought were going to be superstars. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not many guys came out of the gate the number one horse and finished number one.
Emmitt Smith?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's why when it comes down to productivity at every level, bar none, running back wise, Emmitt Smith. He was at three phases of his career. At one time, he was the national high school rushing leader of all time.
Right.
Obviously, he's been surpassed since then. I think Derrick Henry has it now. And some other guy, I think, beat Derrick Henry recently. But he was college football's all-time leading rusher at one time.
Right.
And obviously, he's the NFL's leading rusher.
Right.
The durability, like, because at running back, there's more dudes you ain't never heard of that were GOATs that should have been, could have been, because of the mileage that because usually the running backs, they ran them into the ground.
Yeah.
You know? So anyway, back to the Brown, like, is this weird to actually say that?
I think Walter Payton is the greatest running back of all time, just for the record, by the way.
He's always been
that dude. when you speak to durability and play, because
Yeah.
Emmett and Walter Payton had two things in common. They were regular dudes. They didn't have exceptional talents. They were durable, and they had this thing called balance. That if you don't play running back, you have no idea. If you've never played running back, you have no idea what balance is. Like
Yeah.
to keep your footing, and just to keep your footing, continue to play. Turn 3 yards into 7 yards, and it seems like nothing, right? But the difference between 2nd and 7 and 2nd and 3 is huge, right? The most talented running back that I've ever seen, the most talented running back I've ever seen, I think it's a flat foot tie, and I'm talking about pure physical talent in every aspect of the
Made
game.
like the mold of it's the mold of the position.
Right. I think it's Edgerrin James. Edgerrin James was probably the best pass blocker we've ever seen. Right.
Immokalee High School.
Yeah. Edgerrin James was as far as the purest runner that we've ever seen, right? Like the most nuanced runner, read blocks, understood when to do what, bro, is probably somewhere between, it's got to be like a Frank Gore type, Curtis Martin type running back that reads the block so well, knows when to accelerate, knows when to decelerate, and all those things. In terms of the shiftiest running back of it, it's not even a question.
Yeah.
Right? You're talking about the Barry Sanders, the LaShawn McCoy type running backs.
Yeah. Then, right on the back, like Marshall Faulk
is great pass blocker.
And LaDainian,
Yeah. Great balance running back, bro.
But there's so many. Well, I'm gonna bring up this name for you because I know you're a Bears guy. There's so many of these. When you look at I used to be a stat nerd. I still am. And I used to always go in and see the Russian leaders and all that.
Right.
And you see these guys named, oh man, I didn't know he rushed for that much, But there's these guys that are like these bell cows for their team.
Right.
A guy by the name of Neil Anderson.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that dude, he was in that Gator backfield with
superbly talented, bro.
I mean, that dude was. I mean, he was
the reason
man.
why Sweetness retired, bro. We wanted to give Neil Anderson the ball, brother.
Yeah, and he kept it going.
And he was big, right? He was a bigger running back, right?
Oh yeah, he was. Well, he played fullback for Emmett.
Yeah.
Because they had them too.
Neil Anderson, bro. I thought you were going to say Matt Forte.
He's all right.
Yeah,
He's someone that was built for it, but he didn't have that.
The total package running back, like get you 1,100 rushing yards, and
he was like Fred Taylor, like the way he was built and his look, and
Yeah.
But
excellent pass blocker, bro.
Yeah, but back to what I was saying with so is Jaylen Brown considered? Could that 6'6" athletic, is that a throwback guy now? That's considered a throwback position. Because now those guys are either 3-and-Ders,
right,
or just I don't know. Like, you don't really see many slashers anymore that are just those, like the Michael Jordan. Because Jordan didn't really start shooting till he got older.
Yeah,
like at a higher clip.
Yeah.
As far as the deep ball, I mean, he was a mid-range god, obviously.
When they put Jordan in the triangle, bro.
Yeah.
It was because Jordan can score. People forget Michael Jordan was a transition scorer athlete. You know what I'm saying? Up and down the floor, get the rebound, push to Jordan, him and Pippen.
Yeah.
But that's not a sustainable playoff model. Because in the playoffs, teams are not zooming up and down the floor. Teams play tough defense. So when they went to the triangle, when you put those athletes in the triangle, bro, yeah.
See, because like every pro sport and league, they're copycat. Remember, when the Jordan thing came around, and there was, everyone was trying to compare. You had the Harold Miners that came around, and then Vince Carter was and Kobe, like they were kind
Gerald
of
Wilkins.
Gerald Wilkins, yeah, they were all like the dime store Jordans. There was always who's that next Michael Jordan type. Now those guys are 6'9",
right,
6'8". Like that's why Tracy McGrady was.
T-Mac was a monster.
That dude was ahead of his time. Him and Scottie Pippen was ahead of his time.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, I got a thing I want to say. Just throw in just because you mentioned that name, right? My belief is that if Phil Jackson would have taken that Toronto job, I think there is no Shaq and Kobe. If Phil Jackson would have taken that job with Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady in the triangle. Now, I know people don't remember because we're 25 years removed from that era.
Mm-hmm.
But, Chad, I'm here to tell you, if Phil Jackson had taken that Toronto job, remember the Knicks were trying to woo him at the same time. Van Gundy, they were just if Van Gundy wouldn't have taken that team to the finals, Phil Jackson would have been the head coach of the Knicks. Van Gundy was legit coaching for his life. Him and Tibbs coaching for their life. If they had lost in the Eastern Conference Finals, Phil Jackson would have been the head coach of the Knicks, right? They did not want Van Gundy, right? They wanted Phil Jackson. And if Phil Jackson would have taken that Toronto job over that Lakers job, if you can imagine a 24-year-old Vince Carter and a 21-year-old Tracy McGrady coached by Phil Jackson in the triangle, I think Toronto wins at least 3 championships with that.
They had Del Curry.
Yeah.
Didn't they have Antonio Davis?
I can't remember.
Remember. They grabbed him too, and Kevin Willis.
Yeah, that team was prime for the reshaping because they had a whole lot of old guys on that roster, right?
And they pulled in Oakley and Doug Christie.
Yeah. And so a lot of those guys could have been moved in order to get triangle guys.
Mm-hmm.
Where was Ron Harper? Was Ron Harper around somewhere? I know he was around somewhere because he helped the Lakers eventually, right? But I don't know where Ron Harper was at. Was he still with the Clippers ish?
What was that, 99 or something?
99, 2000?
I don't know, where was Ron Harper then?
Brian Shaw, Rick Fox.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of guys, Ron Harper was before he had injuries. Ron Harper was basically, who was like, I mean, this is going to be blasphemy probably.
He was in Chicago, bro.
Oh, wow.
He was still in Chicago. So, of course, he would have made that. Yeah.
That's like Alec Burks. Ron Harper used to be a swing athlete.
Yep.
And then because his injuries, he didn't play above the rim anymore, and he became a point guard.
Yep. Yeah. So Ron Harper could have helped. I mean, I'm not saying he would have saved the day, but yeah.
All right. So way back before we got pulled down some rabbit holes like we do.
It's Alice in Wonderland, bro.
We were talking about the next schedule.
Yeah.
About 40 minutes ago. But the Nuggets, we have a Nuggets and Heat this week. The Heat's on Saturday. And that's an early game too.
Yeah.
Then do you think the Hornets and Jazz are
watch out for the Jazz, bro? Watch out for the Jazz. Yo, when I say watch out for the Jazz, I don't mean watch out for the Jazz just this week. Watch out for them in trade conversations The Jazz are hot right now, and they may be 1 or 2 wing players away from being like that team that got hot at the. You know how in the playoffs you be like, oh, they got hot at the right time. That might be Utah, bro.
Yeah. And then
and Giants fans, y'all don't know nothing about great running backs. I don't think the Giants have ever had a running back rush for 12,000 yards. So we got to leave the Giants fans out of the conversation. No disrespect. No disrespect, but if Warwick Dunn played for the Giants, he'd rush for 14,000 yards. If Cadillac Williams would have played for the Giants, he'd have rushed for. But since the Giants never have a great quarterback and they play on the worst turf that a man has ever seen, bro, Coach, how does a team like the Giants have all that money and won't go buy a decent turf? Yeah, running backs legit always get banged up on that whack ass.
Especially at one time, you was at a stadium where you had 16 straight weeks of home games, pretty much.
Yeah,
between the Giants and Jets, you'd think they had the revenue of 16 home games in that Meadowlands.
Right, because they're not going to the playoffs, so they you know they're not going to play in January. So
you would think they'd have
games in a
top
row.
of the line field.
Yeah, I mean, the Giants. And I know this is not a football show, but Coach, they just paid a third string quarterback $40 million. They could have gave that money to Baker Mayfield, bro. They could have signed Baker. Yeah. But you know how the Giants do. If you're not the prototype, if you're not 6'5", 230, and look a certain way, they don't care. Baker would have had this team right here, that Giants team in the playoffs. Baker and Saquon Barkley, that's a playoff team in my mind.
They got the post-Manning curse.
Yeah, they got the pre-Manning curse.
Yeah. I mean,
you know they drafted, Coach. You know they drafted Phil Simms over Joe Montana.
I mean, Phil Simms was pretty good, though.
Phil Simms was pretty good, but how do you draft a quarterback out of Morehead State over the starting quarterback from Notre Dame? They drafted the starting quarterback from Morehead State over the starting quarterback from Notre Dame at a time when Notre Dame's name rang bells, bro.
Oh, that was Bama. Notre Dame was Alabama back then. Shit.
Yeah, right. How do you? Yeah. I don't get it, man. But Coach, to your point though about the NBA schedule, bro.
Lou Holtz.
Bro, you know he used to coach down. You know he used to coach down here, right? South Carolina. Oh, we used to be at Billy Bryce, and on 3rd down and 7, we already knew what the play was. Slot right, shotgun, quarterback draw with Dondrell Pinkins. He would fake the ball up the middle with the fullback, and then have the quarterback follow the fullback into the hole to try to pick up 7 yards. And we're like, I'm like, well, why don't somebody fire this man?
Talk about these dudes that hang on too long.
Yeah.
But as far as this stretch, we got like you were saying earlier in the broadcast, you said we're gonna lose eventually.
Yeah, we're gonna lose.
Or I think GI said it earlier. Someone said it. I mean, we're starting to get used to this winning stuff. It's nice, and it feels good to go into every game. Like, damn, man, I don't see us losing this game if we do everything we're supposed to do. I know a lot of coach talk. It's if we play our game and we do all the things we do, we're gonna win. Not many teams can say that in the NBA. Like there's some teams, I mean, that talent's talent, And as far as the Eastern Conference goes, Oh man, we lost Freezie, but I'll keep going on this point. As far as talent goes, guys in the NBA, who would you say if Boston had their best game and we had our best game? We can't win that series, can we? With this group, if they played their best and we played our best, let me know in chat what y'all think. I know the answer, but if we give our best against the Bucks and the 76ers and the Heat and the Pacers and the Cavs, if we play our best basketball, we win them series, all of them. I really believe it. I think this game with the Nuggets tonight, it's going to be one of those barometer testers. Yo, what's up, Bob? I don't know if they got any injuries tonight. I'd feel better if we had iHeart tonight, obviously. Jokic is going to get his no matter what, but hopefully Sims and Achua don't get abused too much. Excuse me. But on the other side, I don't know who they got. It's going to be fun to see Brunson and Murray. I think that's going to be one of those back and forth things, and it's going to be the cardiac Knicks as always. And I wouldn't be surprised if we lost a tough one. You know what I'm saying? Because someone's got to pop the balloon eventually. We ain't going to win out. There's going to be games we're going to lose. That's just the way it is. But we are at the Garden.
Right.
I like that.
Yo, Cowboy Bob is in the building. Coach, I'm with you. My thing is, though, I think this team can compete with any team in the NBA as currently constructed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But where I am and my belief system is I don't want to be competitive anymore.
Yeah.
Right. You want to know and feel confident that your team can beat any team on any given night, right? And not just from a player's perspective, but from an organizational perspective.
Yeah.
Right? Because the players are going to believe they can beat anybody. Right? Excuse me. The players are going to just believe that. They're going to believe that they could beat any team on any given night, and they should. They should buy into the system, right? But what I'm getting at is the Denver game, I feel like is winnable. Tonight, I think we can beat Denver. I think we'll beat Miami on Saturday, right? But the thing about it is these are schedule losses. Like if we went to Denver and lost during a midweek game, you flying in from Utah, you land the night of the game, you go into Denver, you just come out flat. Denver wash you off the floor. That's not saying that Denver is that much better than you. It's an 82 game schedule is a monster. And so I'm putting the shoe on the other foot. If we beat Denver, right? I'm not saying pop champagne, right? What I'm saying is, a random January game against the reigning NBA champs. And when you're the champs, you get everybody's best effort. So if we beat Denver, it's one of those things. Don't celebrate. Don't think we don't need a trade or anything. Don't start like, yo, we beat Denver. We don't need to trade for DeJounte Murray. Relax. You still need to trade for DeJounte Murray. It's a January game, and we should keep things in perspective. Now, if we don't lose again until February, now mind you, today's the 25th? If we don't lose until February, like we get to the trade deadline and we still hadn't lost, now we're like, okay, this team has found something, right? Instead of saying, trade everything for DeJounte Murray, we should be saying, if we get Murray, fine. If we don't get Murray, fine. Even though I feel like you need Murray, But it's like do you really spend your life savings on this house that just came available on the market, right? Do you really just take everything that you have and put it in that house? It's a beautiful house. Do you take you like the house I'm in right now is fine, right? So I have this current house and my life savings. Do I put this current house and my life savings into that new house? Right? You're like, I don't know. Maybe so, maybe not. Maybe so, maybe not. Right? Coach, I want DeJounte Murray.
Yeah, right. Me too. That's my that's my plan A.
Right. I'm with you, brother.
Have you already talked about what you're good with the whole Fournier Grimes two first for him? Is he worth that?
I would rather do that trade without the Fournier contract if I could find a way. I know you have to match the money. I understand that.
Well, yeah, that's the only reason why the money match.
But the Knicks don't have to match the money. You can get a third team involved, right? Yeah. You could pay a third team, right? Say for instance, you can pay the Lakers. You can give the Lakers Grimes and 2 first-round picks, right? And then they'll jump in with D'Angelo Russell's salary and something to kind of ease the salary of a month. You can add a third team. Trust you could throw Charlotte a bone, right? For Gordon Hayward. Like, hey man, throw Gordon Hayward in there. We'll throw you Washington's first round pick. And Charlotte would be like, hell yeah. Because they were gonna cut him anyway. You know what I'm saying? He was gonna be in the buyout market anyway. And then Charlotte throw Gordon Hayward to the Lakers. The Lakers cut him on site, save money. Right now they can get into the buyout market and sign Chris Paul. Right.
The only thing that worries me about getting Murray, like say Murray comes and then we get like one other piece for the bench or whatever. And that just becomes the formula and we just run the table and win. Right. We win it all. Or get to the finals and lose in 6 games to the Clippers. I'm afraid. I don't know if we could pay our starting 5. Can we afford them?
Yes. Why not? Do you not like the future? Do you not like a future starting 5 of Jalen Brunson, DeJounte Murray, OG Anunoby, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, Isaiah Hartenstein?
Hell yeah!
You know what I'm saying? So why we worried about? So why we worried about?
I just think they're going to be owed because Murray, OG, and iHeart. We got to pay them a little more next time around. Obviously.
So what? So what if you're competitive? So what?
Well, no, I'm not worried about doing it. I will do it. Right. I'm worried about the cap. If we're gonna have that money, I guess the bird right situation comes in with a couple of them.
Yeah. So we have the early bird rights for OG Anunoby because OG Anunoby has played 3+ seasons with his original team or with the team that he just came from.
Right.
So you play. So 2 years is so 3 years is bird rights. 3+ years is early bird rights. Yeah. Right. I think that's how it goes. Something like that. I can't. Yeah. I don't know.
We can obviously afford going over luxury too. I ain't worried about that.
Yeah. And New Yorkers don't care anything about the ticket. The ticket price go from $78 to $88. They don't care. It's New York. Mm-hmm. For a winner, they'll pay that $10 extra.
Yeah.
Right. For a winner in say New Orleans, when the tickets go from $38 to $88, that's a problem in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Not in New York. So, yeah.
I mean, just look at. I'm sorry. Just look at the Tampa Bay Rays.
That's a travesty, bro.
They couldn't get people in the seat. More Yankee fans and Red Sox fans and Rays fans, and they're winning championships.
But you know what though? They knew that though going in.
Yeah.
Right. You listen, man. We all know the retirees from New York moved to that area.
Yeah.
It's the reason why Bro, they were selling out Yankees spring training games down there for 50 years.
Yeah.
That's the reason why Tampa has a team, because that area loves baseball, mostly Yankees.
Right. Yeah, because that's where their spring training is.
Yeah. That's why it was a hotbed, right? When the team, in my opinion, that team should have been in Charlotte, right? But back then when you're looking at a hub, you're like, okay, do we put two teams in Florida? I didn't think they should have put two teams in Florida. Especially if you're doing Miami, then you definitely, because Miami is fair weather as hell.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When the Dolphins are good, Dolphins fans are everywhere. When Miami is bad, when the Dolphins are bad,
yeah,
you got to watch Ace Ventura to find a Miami fan.
And Floridians are lazy. They ain't in a rush to go nowhere.
Right.
Like the fact that they'll wait to, like, I remember going to Bucks games when they were winning all the time. You go in the stadium and you look around, I'm like, why is the place didn't fill up till like the second quarter?
Yeah.
They just roll in when they feel like it.
Bro, and I remember when Bucks had. You remember when the Bucks had Ricky Bell?
Oh yeah, back in the.
You remember Horace Copeland?
Of course.
Yeah, man.
Jaquez, but I think the Knicks. Man, it just feels good. Like the whole story about Mitch maybe coming back. What do they say? It might be like with about 5 to 10 games before the end of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm not counting on that though.
Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be like picking up. I mean, I wouldn't just throw him in the starting lineup.
No.
You can't, because what people are, I mean, I don't care what, I think Mitchell's value, right? Because obviously, how they're built right now and the way things are clicking offensively, the way the spacing is, the passing at that position that iHeart brings, and there isn't that much of a fall off defensively, in my opinion.
Right. I think the team is better without Mitch. I hate to say it because I love Mitch.
Yeah, I love Mitch.
But I think the team is better without Mitchell Robinson. I think that's a lot. A lot of us acknowledge that, but we don't want to say it out loud out of our loyalty to Mitchell Robinson.
But
we love Mitch, bro.
Yeah, what Mitch does with the second unit for me, and this is something I said last year when I thought iHeart should start over Mitch, is I think with our lack of scoring on the second unit, Mitchell Robinson helps the bleeding better, because we're going to keep the other team from scoring as much when he's in there too. When that second unit's in there. So obviously he's going to be like a late season pickup now at this point, because we didn't have the success we're having now when Mitch was there. I mean, obviously we don't know what a lineup with Mitch and OG and looks like yet either.
Right.
But
Coach, you know what? I feel like the Knicks need to go get a 7-footer.
Yeah.
And I know people don't like it. They don't want to hear that, man. People nowadays hate 7-footers. They think all big people are good for is get things moving for the little people, right? But there was an era when big was valued. Now big is not valued. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's baseball, right, where you could, a big guy would come up and hit home runs. Now in baseball, little guys hit home runs. So now you don't need Dave Kingman. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? A Parker in right, a Dave Parker. You don't need a Willie Stargell, right? You don't need a Jack Clark anymore, right? Old timey names, right? You don't even need Albert Pujols type players anymore, because little guys do what the big guys do, right? In football, you don't need a Earl Campbell running back when you could just get the ball to Deebo Samuel in space, right? You don't need a Wilt Chamberlain type center to get destroyed in the pick and roll by some small jitterbug guard. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when you hear people say like, "Yo, you need another 7-footer," no, we don't. We need a 10th point guard. Wait a minute, you would prefer to get because right now people are not gonna. Yeah, people don't like when I say this right, but right now you already have 4 point guards on the roster, right? You have Archie Diacono, Malachi Flynn, Deuce McBride, Jalen Brunson.
3 wasted. I'm sorry.
Right. But my point is, why not upgrade those as opposed to saying we don't need a center? You feel me? You understand where I'm coming from? Am I missing the target here, Cowboy Bob? Yeah, I'm gonna throw the link for Cowboy Bob in here. Cowboy Bob, I'm gonna throw the link in here for Cowboy Bob.
How would you feel about? Because I've heard little murmurs about Kelly O.
Well, you can't spell Olenek without NYK.
That's right.
So you know how that go.
Like we need a skill, like a European, because to me, that's the evolution of the big man, the European style bigs,
right?
Like because I'm sorry to say, the whole AAU factory stuff. What's up, Cowboy Bob?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Hey, your mic sound crackly, bro.
Oh, my fault. How about now?
You good?
Okay.
All right.
The whole like the Europeans, they just teach.
Bring back in his cancer.
The fundamentals.
They just teach the fundamentals, bro.
Like they teach basketball. Like they don't just look at a 6'4", 12-year-old and just like, we're gonna teach him the post game and that's it. He's a big man. They teach him the game of basketball, dribbling, passing. Like most of the Euro guys are like that. And if you look at that, and that's the style we need. I think we need to come off the bench like a nice 6'10" to 7 foot.
Ooh, I have a name for you.
2. Go ahead.
Danilo Gallinari.
What's up, Danilo? Hey, I've always liked Gallinari, man. Always.
Danilo Gallinari. That's the name. In these conversations, I hadn't been able to float that name because a lot of times, man, on the live stream panels, bro, people just say outrageous stuff. You know.
Would you have a problem if they've found a way to? I just don't see the Jazz dealing.
No, he's in Detroit.
2 guy Kelly Olynyk?
No, Gallinari.
Oh, I was talking about Kelly Olynyk.
Okay.
Could we do a deal to get him and Clarkson?
Olynyk and Clarkson. What are you willing to give up?
What do they want? I'll give him Grimes, Fournier, Sims, and a first.
Hey, can I pause it right there?
Is that too much?
No, as a matter of fact, it's fascinating that you mentioned Grimes. Let me reverse it. Let me ask this. Right?
They wanted him before.
I want to ask you this. Are we sour on Grimes, or do we just value other teams' players more than Grimes? And if that's the case, if we're indifferent or ready for Grimes to go, is that not an indictment on the way that this front office drafts?
Yes.
No.
I don't know, man. I think I think we have ADD, or we are impatient with some guys for some reason more than others.
Right.
A first round pick was Grimes was the first round pick, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, a first round pick in the NBA, you're supposed to become a starter.
Yeah.
At some time. And then when you're given the keys to drive, whether plays are run for you or not, I don't want to hear all that damn mess when people make that excuse for the guy. You had you had your chance, and yeah, you showed you could do some things, but just like Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately?
Boom, 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 boom,
Ooh, yeah.
boom, 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 boom.
What? Yeah, that's a good one.
But I mean,
Dang, coach messed up the vibe just to keep talking Knicks, bro. I thought we was gonna do the second verse.
I'm more a pleasure principle guy myself, though.
I agree with you, coach. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I'm more of funny how time flies.
Like, to me, if you're a first round pick and you don't become if 75% of the fan base and the NBA don't say, "Oh, he's definitely should be the starter," like he's done everything he's. I mean, you don't even have to. There just ain't even a debate,
right?
Like, if you're a first rounder, if you don't do it by year 3, then sorry. That's just my. Like, you should be a starter by now. Like,
coach, that man is 6 years out of high school, bro.
Yeah.
That man played 3 years of college, and this is his 3rd year in the NBA. What are we even talking about?
I was gonna say that this actually, even though the draft didn't work out best for
Hey,
us.
Cowboy Bob, do you know Coach Malpica?
No, coach, how you doing?
What's up, Bob?
How you doing, sir? Pleasure to meet you.
Pretty good. You too.
We're trying to train Cowboy Bob against his will to be a co-host. You know what I'm saying? So that it could be more than against his will. Like, we have him in intellectual handcuffs to try to get him to be a moderator. You know what I'm saying?
But I appreciate that. And I apologize, coach. I thought I said good morning to everybody.
Nah, no
nice
problem.
to meet you, coach.
Good morning, brother. You too.
Hey, I just wanted to add to
you
that.
You a Knicks fam, you family.
Yeah, by blood. I was born into it. I had no choice. Yeah. Old school. But what I wanted to say, coach, was I wanted to add to that. Everybody that the Knicks drafted, whether you agree with it or not, can be used for trade pieces. So even though they had their opportunity and they fell short, we could still use them to get better value. So even though it didn't work out to where we can say the players we have worked, we still improved. So for me, I don't think it's not saying that we failed, but we still had made a move in the right direction.
Right. He still has worth. Like, that's the problem with a lot of people. Like, that when we draft someone in the first round, when you draft someone in the first round, it's league wide. He has value. Like, a lot of teams were looking at him in one way or another. So if he doesn't work out with us, he might work out for someone else still.
Exactly.
How many teams in the NBA right now have guys that we had and drafted, and they're still balling a little bit? Guys like Tim Hardaway Jr. You know,
KP
guys, KP,
Frank Ntilikina,
Frank, Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox, he's in the rotation with Detroit. Kevin Knox, like, quality NBA player. It just
how many times do we see, like, we all do it, like we scan the box scores or they play against us for old when we see him. Oh yeah, I remember it. Man, he's playing pretty good right now. I wouldn't mind if we kept him if he's playing like this.
Right.
Every time I see Tim Hardaway Jr. play, I'm like, damn, we could use him right now.
Yeah.
I would. You tell me you wouldn't mind having him right now in this rotation. coming off the bench.
I don't think he could play in New York. I think he's good where he's at.
Yeah, but I'm saying like his skill set and everything. Like
what he brings to the table. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know about him and his personality and.
No. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the times we've had him, I haven't seen him play as well as he has in Dallas. So for me, rather than us having him, I'd rather say him stay in Dallas. But his skill set, yes, I agree.
And I think he's the benefactor of having elite playmaking at the point guard position.
Yeah.
Right. If he came here and got substandard playmaking at the point guard position, would he really be a 16-point per game scorer?
Right.
And I'm not knocking Brunson, right? I'm not knocking Brunson because Brunson's an excellent scorer, but his playmaking at times is
not Luka Doncic.
Questionable at best.
Questionable. Yeah.
Not Luka or not Kyrie Irving. So yeah.
No.
But he's also coming up for 6-man awards. So he's benefiting in Dallas. We probably would stunt his growth.
Yeah.
I mean, and then even like Gallinari, he did a little something when he left us too, So what I'm getting at is it's okay to use that first round pick we had to get something of equal or better value. Like there's this whole circle, and I still see him. The minute you throw out a couple of first round picks, there's these guys that treat that first round pick thing like it's gold, like it's some guaranteed winning lottery ticket, and it's not. Especially if we're making the playoffs, it's going to be a pick in the 20s, dummy. Why? It ain't going to be worth that much. Right. So if another team wants our first round picks, let them have them. If we can get a guy right now to help us win. If I told y'all to DSJ and Bob,
okay,
if we're gonna give away 5 first round picks by the trade deadline, but it's gonna guarantee we're gonna win the championship this year. Would you do it?
Hold that thought right there.
We got 11.
My God. Good morning.
Yo, we're not going to talk about New York Giants.
Good morning, Corey Lee.
Salute to Corey Lee Morris, the older brother of Marcus and Markeith.
Yeah. Salute. We're not talking about Giants running backs, bro. They can't stay.
Nah, we good.
We're talking about Rodney Hampton today.
Oh, Rodney Hampton was the greatest. And what? Oh, my God. Number 2 all-time Giant leading rusher.
He definitely was.
Joe Morris, my favorite.
He definitely was number 2.
Yeah, you funny. You funny. Well, that's okay.
Number 1 or number 2? He was definitely number 2.
Uncle Freezie has a Ahmad Bradshaw jersey in the back, just in case y'all didn't know that.
It's too little. It's too little. Man, I'm a 3X, bro. I can't get in that Ahmad Bradshaw jersey no more.
Nah, not so 2 or 5.
Yeah, fine. 4.5.
Yeah, that too.
That's
so
oh God.
We got 11 in the next 7 years.
Coach, I wanted to ask about that.
Yeah.
You said 5 draft picks. I would sign up for it if it guarantees a championship, but I have to ask, what are we getting? Because for me, I think we need a center regardless of anything, because I feel that Mitchell's job has shifted from what Mitchell did before he got injured to OG. and we're lacking at the center position because right now we're using our backup as a starter. So what are we trading these 5 picks for to make us better?
What? But
Coach just said a chip.
that's your opinion. That to me, iHeart should have been the starter from the jump.
Okay. So if we're gonna win a chip, then okay, cool.
Can I chime in on this real quick?
But the thing is, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
I just want to say this real quick. It's funny how when Mitch gets hurt, how quick we forget what kind of aspect he brings to our team. What he does for us, and it's sort of missed. Just imagine if we had him now with OG. You understand what I'm saying? It's the defense will be phenomenal. I don't even think half these teams will even score 100 points on us with Mitch. If anything, it'd be like 101. We would keep teams. We'd probably be the number one defensive team in the league right now.
We have been.
I mean, but I'm just saying. But I mean, like leaps and bounds. But the point I'm trying to get to is like I see what iHeart brings as far as the passing, and his hands are a little bit better, and some of the screens are a little bit better. But what Mitch brings is leaps and bounds ahead of that. You know what I'm saying? Defensively, I mean, I've noticed now, with iHeart, even with the lack of Mitch, how more teams are going to the basket more and attacking the rim a lot more versus when Mitch wasn't there. I mean, when Mitch was there. You understand what I'm saying? And that goes to show that these players know who to try and who not to try. You understand what I'm saying, fellas? That's just my point. So,
yeah, but
I can go back
they're
on.
trying it, but look what iHeart's doing.
Yeah, but iHeart still, he stays in foul trouble too much. He stays. Mitch is one thing Mitch has not done. Just he stays in foul trouble. The last one.
That's only been the last couple games he's done that. Foul trouble.
Okay.
But look at his blocks per games since he's been a starter.
But
that leads up to what that was exactly that's why I mentioned that, because teams are trying him where the teams wouldn't even think twice to go in and attack Mitchell Robinson.
I want them to try, because you know what? The only kind of team I'm worried about are the teams that shoot freaking threes all the time and make them, because those are the teams that beat us. That get hot from three.
May I? I just wanted to bring up something real quick. Why I said the responsibility of Mitchell shifted to OG, that's why I think Hartenstein has been better, because they're not asking Hartenstein to do exactly what Mitchell does. So from off of that, he's showing a lot of promise. So for me, Hartenstein, yes, his blocks has gone up. He has shown improvement moving up, but he's still a backup to Mitchell, because Mitchell's nobody, like Corey Lee just said, nobody would contest Mitchell as much. Nobody would try to out-rebound Mitchell as much. We knew how Mitchell is, and he works for Tibbs. Let's be real. If Tibbs wanted Hartenstein, he would have started him. So for me, I just feel that we are the same team. The responsibility that Mitch had before he got hurt shifted to OG to where it allowed iHeart to just play his game. And now everybody's saying, oh, he's much better than Mitchell, but he doesn't do the responsibilities as Mitchell.
Yeah, but he has other responsibilities that Mitchell don't have. If you ever watch the Knicks game, like, I don't know why I always gravitate towards watching iHeart for some reason. He actually orchestrates people. Like, you ever notice how he's like the second guy that's like telling people where to move, and it just seems like he just has such a higher
on offense, basketball IQ on offense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, yes, offensively, but the reason why I say that, and I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah. No,
on offense, that is, but we are supposed to be, from what the league says, or these pundits, is that we are supposed to be a defensive oriented team. Our team is based off the defense. So, offensively, yeah, helps to get a couple of easy buckets a game. His assists have gone up to what at least from one to what three a game. So I get that point, but I think that's better. I think that's what's been missing from the bench. That's
Right.
what took away from a lot of the things going on the bench. You know what I'm saying? Getting them
Yeah.
easy baskets and watching them cut to that. So that is what we've been missing as well. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Our
Yeah.
bench is went from top tier to what the hell are we looking at? You understand what
Right.
I'm saying? In a
Right.
matter of weeks.
Like for me, it's this. Like the Knicks schematically, like because we're a Tim Thibodeau led team, so our defense already has like it's supposed to be like an insert piece here now. But then when you get a guy like Mitch and then a guy like OG in that scheme, they even go to another level because the scheme plus the talent, you know, makes the defense that much better.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why defensively, right now, we haven't missed as much of a beat without Mitch because iHeart's just kind of playing his part in our scheme. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
he's kind of doing the whole game manager thing on defense. You know, like the thing that QBs do in football. You know, some game managers do in football. Just don't fuck it up. You know?
Facts. Yeah.
But
Don't turn it over.
defensively, yeah. So, but the things he does, like I still think what Mitch does, like Mitch, I think it's great what the two-headed monsters, nothing wrong with it. You know, in this day and age, like the center position nowadays, I've said this before last year. The center position nowadays is goes arm in arm with like how running backs are treated in the NFL now. Like
Mm-hmm.
it used to be running backs
We're
were
honored.
the goat of the team. Like that was the baddest dude on the team. You know, like all
Mm-hmm.
those bell cow every down backs. You know, they just ran him into the ground. And back in the day,
Three
like
down back.
the centers were doing that. Like there was you had to get that 7-footer.
Mm-hmm.
You know the era of the centers, like the 80s and 90s. You know the center days. Now it's like by committee, like running backs. You got 2 or 3 running backs. And in the NBA, yeah, you got your MBs and your Jokic, you know, you have those guys. But just like you got your Derrick Henry and, you know, Saquon or whatever. But you have like, there's nothing wrong with having two. Like, look at the Chicago Bulls. You know, yeah, they had Luke Longley, but then they had like them other dudes coming in too, like the Bill Wenningtons and, you know, these other backup Cartwright. Yeah. I mean, but like to me, it's a plus that now we know iHeart has the chops too. So I don't mind having them split minutes, you know, depending on the matchup
Nah,
on who we're playing.
But coach, I
I
just want to
I agree.
go ahead,
One
Lee.
second, real quick.
Go ahead, Lee.
I just want to say I agree with you as far as center by committee, but I just don't want Knicks fans to forget what and who is Mitchell Robinson. You know, he is like the most valuable piece as far as the Knicks go. You know what I'm saying? Withstanding, Brunson and Randall offensively. You know, but and also too, not only that, but the offensive boards, the defensive boards. You can't find that anywhere. Especially a cat who just showed up to college and then quit and then, what I'm saying, trained the whole year and then became a second round. He's a second round pick. Come on, that's come on, a diamond in the rough. That's a diamond in the rough right there. And I just don't want us to forget about him and just, get this, well, what have you done for me lately type of attitude.
But do we have to worry about his durability now at this point?
Yeah. That's
the thing that worries me.
Yeah, but to some degree too. You know what I'm saying? To some degree.
Yeah, you have
we
to
do
worry
look
about
at it.
all of them. My bad,
Yeah.
Lee. It's not a Mitchell Robinson issue. It's a Tom Thibodeau center issue.
Yeah.
Right? You see, because you can't talk about Mitchell Robinson being hurt without also mentioning that Hartenstein is injured right now.
An Achilles injury at that.
Yeah, and then when we first got Hartenstein, when we thought he was just a Frederick Weiss stiff Euro overpaid Amir Ashik type big, he was dealing with an Achilles injury then when we first got him. Remember, a lot of us hated Hartenstein in the beginning, but we didn't know how severe his Achilles injuries was. His Achilles injury was at the time when we first got him, and then he slowly played his way through the injury, and then we began to love him, right? Because we had buyer's remorse in the very beginning because we didn't know who he was. Now that we know who he is when he's healthy, now that we see him get injured, we know when he gets healthy, he'll be that guy once he's healthy. But the injury thing, don't just blame Mitch, bro. Look at all the centers that we had that played significant minutes at the 5 and all of their injury histories with Tibbs. Nerlens Noel, anybody?
Hold on a second. I got one better for you. Joakim Noah. Joakim Noah.
Joakim Noah in Chicago stayed injured.
But I think this day-to-day thing, that this rest they're doing with him, was a safety measure.
Of course.
Too.
Of course. That was not even, that was a panic measure. You know what I'm saying? Because well, number one, you talking about the Achilles. That's one.
Yeah.
Two, two, more than anything is we are not going to go out there and go shop for another center. That'll be the craziest thing that we had to do. But, it is what it is. Go ahead, Bob.
Here's the thing. They haven't said anything about it. They said soreness.
I think, honestly, I think, honestly, the reason why I say, and I'm going to bring it back up, the team has been playing better with iHeart. But the thing is since we got OG, we scored one less point and we're winning more. Our rebounds have gone up. Our turnovers have gone up. Our steals have gone up. Our blocks have gone up. And even our assists went from 21 to 24. But that's all because of what we're contributing with a faster pace offense. And Hartenstein is doing really well off of that. We even shooting better as a team at 47% from the field goal. So for me, I think that Hartenstein, Alk has a good point with that Hartenstein has been playing hurt and he's showing promise that he can't be that guy. But if you look at anything else, we definitely need that center. Because look at how we're going. We're trying to put our faith in Precious Achua or find some Sims, and everyone keeps saying, oh, no, we don't believe in Sims, we don't believe in McBride. I'm sorry. I think we don't need to get a guard. We need to find a solid center or a center forward. Because if Randall goes down, what happens? So for me, Hartenstein doing the day-to-day, I'm glad he's okay and he's resting day-to-day. But to be honest, the same way that we did with Brunson, when Brunson missed those first 2 games, I didn't think he should have played the following game. It should have been 3 games he should have rested, but we rushed him back. So for me, since that question of durability is out there, and center is the most important position we have because we can start with Mitchell, be successful. We can start with Hartenstein and be successful. Maybe the organization is like, hey, we could throw in anybody and make it work. We know that's not going to work.
Well, this whole Precious Achua thing is just a temporary fix. I mean, a temporary fix. I promise you, he won't. When Mitch comes back, he will not see the light of day of this basketball court. Noah Sims, believe it or not.
If you think about it, we don't have another 4 on this team.
That's what I was about to say, Corey Lee. We have no 4, and I've been saying it. Center, we need a power forward center. No, we need a power forward center.
We got another 4. His name is Josh Hart. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh God, here we go.
Yo, you know they
really
love
Josh Hart?
Josh Hart and OG Anunoby are the de facto fours
Yeah,
in a
exactly.
situation
Thank
where
you. Thank
where
you. That's
where
what I was
we
about to say.
run where we look to replace Randall. Y'all saw it the other night against Brooklyn when Randall
Mm-hmm.
sat. When Randall sat, the de facto four was OG Anunoby.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In a
Mhm.
three guard alignment.
On ESPN depth chart, it says OG Anunoby's the backup power forward.
Yeah.
It does
Playing
say,
out of position. That's not cool.
yeah.
But he was doing that. He was doing that in Toronto too. If you don't notice that when Siakam sat, you know what I'm saying. OG would play the backup power forward. You
But
know,
the
so
But
that's
but the reason that
but that's
that
been
he
his
played back
career.
and forth is because they had Chris Boucher usually injured. You know
The,
what I'm saying? You'd play him
and
out of position at the five.
it's because the
Um,
Magic have all the power forwards in the league. They got like 6 of them.
I was gonna say the rotation in the Raptors when he played the four was a small ball, so he was able to be productive off of that. As opposed to where with Tibbs, he's not gonna be like that. The system's different.
Mm.
That's something I don't think even the
Because
even
what I mean by that is, if you look at how OG is, the way he plays, if you go with a smaller, faster pace, you can play him at the four. But if you're playing with what we have, and he's playing the four, most likely he's going to be playing against the big at the four, and he's going to be playing out of position. Yeah, he may have a size advantage against him, but if that guy does a certain type of post up or gets him into foul trouble, now what? We're gonna have to rush and get Randall back in, and then OG got to sit, and then we got to put Hart at. You see what I'm saying? Put Hart in OG spot at the small forward. I don't want to have that risk because
well,
now we're taking a starter. Now we're taking a starter, keeping him in and giving him double duties as well as he can get into foul trouble or he can even get injured for playing longer than he needs to and out of position.
well, then tell Tom Thibodeau to expand his rotations.
Oh boy.
to who?
Here we go. Here we go. Here
I
we
mean,
go. Here
that's
we
that's the
go.
problem, isn't it? I mean, we talk about a 9-man rotation. I'm sticking to that 9-man rotation no matter what.
But
If you injured, hey, that just means another guy
he
come into that 9-man rotation.
Yeah,
But
but
DSJ, didn't you see the rotations be different against Brooklyn? Haven't you seen the rotations against not Miami, Orlando? Like we've tried different rotations in the seasons. And sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But we've tried different rotations, we've tried different schemes outside of our starting five.
the thing
If you
is,
look at
Is
our
it is it
defenses,
still is it still 9-man?
who's he going to rotate in? We don't have a 4 on the roster after Randall.
The 4 is actually Precious Achua. That's his natural position,
Thank
but
you.
Yeah, but I
you know,
understand. I think Precious is built for the 4, but as far as today's NBA's 4s, he don't shoot good enough. He don't
yeah,
shoot at
and see,
all, bro.
even
mhm,
and when he does, it's usually a bad 3-pointer shot. But at
Now
the end of the day,
he
I
looked
look at
good
it like
driving
this.
to the rim though.
Yeah, but I look at it like this: opportunities when you could have played, like maybe if you ran a situation with Sims um and the two on the floor together, at least to give Randall that little bit more time to rest. You know what I'm saying? Um, Defensively, it could at least be a stalwart, as opposed to okay, well we're gonna run this for about 2 minutes and hope the guy that Randall can go ahead and get enough. You know what I'm saying? Resuscitation to go back in and finish the game. I would at least again just consider expanding the rotation to give these guys the opportunity to really rest. Give them at least 4 or 5 minutes of rest time. You know what I mean? As a possibility, because at the end of the day, yeah, it could work and it could and it could fail. But if we're not trying it, then we can't say what it really is. You know what I mean?
mhm.
What do y'all think of Mikal Bridges?
Nah.
He should have been a Nick over Knox.
Why is that a nah?
Because at what we just discussed about what we need at power forward and center, I think is more important than anything
That's
because
not doesn't have to be the only move. You can
I
still
think
get
that's the
power forward.
priority move because honestly, with the guards that we have 3 guards. We can find something to back up with the options we have. We can find someone to back up Brunson if need be. But for me, I'm saying power forward and center. I don't want anybody else but that. Mikal Bridges, he's not a priority until after that's covered because if we get that solidified and get Mikal Bridges, then it's worth it. But if we get Mikal Bridges, how is that going to help if we're still weak at the center slash forward power forward position?
I totally disagree with you. I totally disagree with you because, and I say that because we never really had that issue, even with the way it was constructed before with Barrett and Quickly. You know what I'm saying? We could still put up enough points, and not we didn't even have the issue of backup power forward was not a problem per se. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about last season when we had Toppin to fill in and play that 14 minutes because that's all it is. That power forward right now with Randall, he's not gonna get no more than maybe 14 minutes a game. That's so that does not take precedence because we have that problem filled right now. The issue that we have right now is scoring, consistent scoring. You understand what I'm saying? We never thought about it because we had Quickly. That was the advantage of having Quickly. Now that he's gone, we're relying on cats like Grimes and McBride. McBride is not a facilitator. He can knock down a couple of shots. He can score. That's not the issue. The issue is somebody initiating the offense so the ball doesn't have to be in Randall's hands and Randall can make his cuts, his moves, get to his spots quicker when Brunson is not on the floor. Those are the things that we're missing right
I,
now. Yeah. And also too, also you know, so Grimes is just totally inconsistent. Inconsistent. What I'm saying, some days he might knock down one, some days he might knock down two. It's a head thing. He's in his own way. When he's feeling it, he's having a hell of a game. When he's not feeling it, you can't find him. He's deferring so quickly. You know what I'm saying? To give up the ball. You know, it's crazy, and we just talked about it. Well, not me. I was on the panel, but I was listening and talking about how quick he was earlier. How quick he's deferring. He's deferring. You
but
know, and he's the third or fourth. He's a fourth year player, bro, and a third year player in the pros.
Lee, what I was trying to say, you said 14 minutes of rest for Randall's backup. That is key because one, it prevents Randall from getting injured. He gets the energy he needs to contribute more and be less in danger of getting injured. Two, as a backup, what you're really trying to do is you're trying to have him.
Uh, Injuries aren't always wear and tear injuries, bro. Some injuries are freak injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying, like, we have him on the floor to be what he was, like he was against Brooklyn. He didn't take a three till the fourth quarter, and he took two of them. Like I'm saying, we need to rest him because we need him for his durability. That also being said, that 14 minutes of rest is key. Scoring to me is not important because if Randall's resting and Brunson's
What?
resting, we'll find. Hold on, we'll find the scoring. And as far as point guard,
Who?
we have.
Who?
Hey, Lee, let him finish, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Lee, like Cowboy Bob, hurry up, hurry up.
It's okay, it's okay.
He went
And then
all
I
No,
was
hours
no,
trying
on
to
no,
it.
make
no,
it
no.
quick. As far as the point guard scheme, even upset, we got 4 point guards. Like we can figure it out. I'm not saying it's gonna work and it's agreeable, but that is more than what we have at the power forward position.
So, Coach, when you brought up Mikal Bridges, the first thing I thought about was the offensive versatility and the defensive versatility.
Bang,
Right.
So, the
bang.
opportunity to interchange guys such as, okay, if OG Anunoby, let's say OG Anunoby gets in foul trouble or something like that. Now we got another person we could plug in to the small forward position. If you wanted to put him in the starting role at the shooting guard position, which he was doing in Brooklyn, we could put him in that spot, have Dante DiVincenzo come off the bench and be what Quickly was in the secondary unit as that replacement now, right? Considering what we've already seen of Dante DiVincenzo.
And you know what, DSA, let me add something to it.
Bang.
Let me add something to the second unit thing. I think a lot of people miss. I think a lot of people aim high but miss. Right, the second unit with the Mikal Bridges is not Mikal Bridges and a bunch of dudes that are not starters. What you do in a Mikal Bridges second unit is you can play Mikal Bridges and Julius Randle together in the second unit, and then play OG Anunoby and Brunson together with the first during the game, not as starters, not as starters.
Right.
But during the game, it gives you offensive flexibility. Say you play a team like Milwaukee who lacks legit wing depth, right? You start the game, you bring OG out at 6 minutes, you bring Brunson out at 6 minutes, right? And now you have Mikal Bridges and Randall on the floor together. And then with 4 minutes left to go, or I'm sorry, at the 2-minute mark, you bring back the guys that you subbed out and you sit Randall and OG, right? And now you still basically, coach, what I'm getting at is basically no matter what part of the game you're in, you always have two quality, high level NBA starters on the floor at the same time so that your second unit doesn't have to play like starters. Our foil, right? That our Wally Coyote moment is when our bench unit has to play like starters for an extended amount of time. That's where we tied our shoelaces together and trip and fall, right?
Yep.
Not that we don't. It's not that we don't know how to walk, and it's not that we don't know how to tie shoelaces. It's when we tie our laces together and try to walk.
Yeah,
that's the issue, right? So when you're talking about adding a Mikal Bridges, of course you're going to give up quality NBA talent to get quality NBA talent, right? We already know this, right? It's like paying for a haircut. Of course you're going to pay top dollar for a quality haircut because you don't want to walk around with a cheap haircut that's bad. Right. So the thing is with a Mikal Bridges, of course, you look to add him because he's a quality NBA player, but it gives you so much offensive and defensive flexibility against other type units.
Right.
For instance, when Boston goes with their depth lineup of Drew Holiday, Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Porzingis, now with the Mikal Bridges on the floor, right? It's not a death lineup to us. It's just a hard lineup, right? It goes from a death lineup to like an armed robbery lineup, so to speak. But we can fight it, right?
Yeah, we can match up with that.
Yeah.
And we can exploit their weaknesses because of the fact that Jaylen Brown is not the strongest ball handler. So to have two guys that are perimeter strength, defensive oriented wings, able to disrupt them from 94 feet.
Right. And
that's where Thibodeau needs to. My only knock on him, at least this last game, and here and there throughout the season, but to talk about your rotation thing complaint earlier, he needs to stagger, like when the start, like you can't do the whole all five bench guys on the even though they had an OG. You can't have that many bench guys at once, like a full-scale sub out. Like you got to slowly bring a couple in with a couple starters, then give those starters a break and bring in the other starters back in. Like Freezie was talking about. Always try to keep two of them guys in.
Right.
Yeah, and now you can still manage the minutes properly that way. Like if you do all five in, then all of a sudden at the 8-9 minute mark, you got the whole bench in. We can't survive that. Our bench doesn't score well enough for that.
You know what? You guys are proving a lot of good points, and I'm going to say this. Any addition would be better than none at all. So based off of what you guys have been saying about Mikal Bridges, I'm against it for my personal reasons. But if it helps out the overall team, hey, let's go for it. Because all those examples you guys just used make sense.
Yeah, because you insert Mikal, so that we're forgetting what happens. Then all of a sudden, Ragu is in the second unit.
Right.
Putting up points.
He's putting it up.
Yeah, because if you really look at it, like I thought about it, it's like the Clippers when they had Harden, they had PG-13, Kawhi, and Westbrook. Everyone was like, "Oh, how are they gonna make those four look?" but they've always kept two of those guys on the floor throughout the game.
Yeah, and
So
Westbrook's
it could work.
cooking with the second group.
And he always either has PG or Kawhi or Harden with him. Like one of them, it could work. That's why I said I think the points that you guys made are very clear. If it helps the team, let's go for it. But additions need to be made. One or two.
Look what Norman Powell's doing for that second unit.
Right. Look at the guys like Gary Trent Jr.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Just a real specified role. Like the dude wants to come in. He's not shooting the best, but he's an energy guy. That's a threat to score. Tertiary ball handler. You know what I'm saying? These guys that contribute. There are a lot of bro. There are a lot of things, a lot of moves that the Knicks can make, bro. Coach, I'm ordering Pringles off Amazon. You want some?
Hell yeah. Sour cream and onion.
Hey, that's the best kind, man.
Them cheddar ones are pretty good too.
Yeah, but again, the addition, I think, and the one thing that I also want to point out too, the addition of somebody like Mikal Bridges, it doesn't threaten that 9-man rotation. Because now you have somebody that you can actually look at and say, okay, he can take the brunt of the measure of what we need. So if we need scoring, if we need defense,
then
we have
two-way player
all the time
that can bang down a three.
And he's a shot creator for him, for himself and others. He's improved in that capacity as well.
And he's long. Pause. He's like 6'7".
Coach, you got the grandfathered in, man. You up like y'all are old heads. I get that pass.
I mean, bro, like I saw him hugging OG. He was like right up with him. And he's got them like long arms too. I'm telling you, Mikal Bridges, if we can find a way to get him, I like him. I really do.
Like I said, Coach, this is why I keep talking about that. When you asked that question about the indictment on the drafting, why I emphatically said yes, because all of these guys should have been Knicks already.
Yeah,
but here's the thing, though:
better late than never.
I was gonna say if they were Knicks, would they have panned out? We only see their talent from somewhere else. We're not seeing it. We're seeing it from a window. We're not actually inside and seeing how they would have developed and how well they played. So same thing with OG. We wouldn't. I don't think if we gotten OG, he would have been what he is now. Some players need to be moved around. Some players need to learn different systems to create their mind to open up their talent. So for me, regardless of whether or not if we're able to draft top talent, not everyone is a top talent that they keep. Most players have been traded out of the first round if you look over the years. Very few players are still on the team that they drafted as well. And because it's more value in youth. Because you think about it, if you could get a player like Grimes and put him with, let's say, let me think. Give me 1 quick second. Like if you get a guy like Grimes, put him within a good organization. I want to say, like, let's say we get him with the Bucks, just for the sake of the argument, and he got Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers is now going to teach him how to play different than Tibbs taught him, because Doc Rivers is also a defensive coach, but he's also going to try to use him in a different way. Now, when we see Grimes, we're like, oh, Grimes looks amazing, but it's a different system and a different player due to the experience.
Long Island Sound, you.
So I'm gonna
I hate that because I feel like I've done something wrong.
Funny stuff.
I'm waiting for the brrr. That's what I'm waiting for.
No, you make total sense, man. And here's the thing. We all as Knicks fans want to think that, oh yeah, let me be the GM. I would do this and do that. Like, my only thing is, what in the hell are they waiting for? But they know what they're doing, obviously. The thing is, like, they use the media to do all the they use the media to do all the like the dirty work for them. Like,
yeah,
what the Hawks
everyone talk about it. Have everyone talk about it.
Like the Hawks, like right now the story is because it got leaked out supposedly what the Hawks are willing to, what they want for Murray, right?
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden the story's leaked out. all the Knicks think that's a little too much. Man, that's some BS. They're just saying that they're trying to drive the price back down a little bit. They're trying to. They want to get it in.
Basically, it's called basically outbidding. You're basically going to go to one state source like the Hawks, like you said, say, hey, we want this guy, and then go to the papers and say, hey, they're paying too much, and try to get the best price. It's called handling. That's any business. So if we could get them cheaper, that's good. The problem is people actually are going out and they're watering down to the point where I think that other teams are going to overlook us with that value. For example, if we say that 3 draft picks are too much, another team can just come in and just give up the 3 draft picks and overpay player. Exactly. Like, look at Terry Rozier. Terry Rozier for Kyle Lowry and a first-round draft pick next year. We could have used the Rozier, but you see what I'm saying? Like, we could have used someone like that, a 20-point guy, even though he is a starter with Charlotte. He backed up ball. He's a 20-point scorer. You guys talk about a guy coming off the bench contributing. He can pass. He can facilitate. And we would have just given up a draft pick and maybe like one weak player for him.
All right. I'm going to say this. This is the only thing. This is the biggest issue that the Knicks have. There is a thing called the Knicks tax. You understand what I'm saying? The New York tax. And what that means is that we, unfortunately, in the past have paid more money or more. We've given up more and gotten back less for years. Not to say that, and not to say that we were willing to do that or we're not still willing to do that.
Hey Corey Lee. So we heard the Knicks tax things before. But why would it be different? But why would it be different right now?
No, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going to it. You know, I'm thinking because Leon Rose is such a shrewd negotiator. You know that.
So you're thinking that they're gonna make it different. Like either they're gonna pay the New York tax, or they're gonna make a statement by not paying the New York tax. Which one is it?
They're trying to get around the New York tax.
So they don't want to pay the New York tax.
Exactly. They don't want to pay the New York tax. They're trying to shake that. They're trying to shake that thought process that because it's New York, we're willing to pay anything and everything for it. You know what I'm saying? Or we're willing to trade our mamas and our grandma for a certain player. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I'm with them. I'm with them on that. You know what I'm saying? So you got to do every little ploy and everything that you can in these negotiations in order to get the player that you want.
Right. That's
and I honestly believe, and honestly believe that Murray is our main target is him. Now, maybe Terry Rozier was probably a 3 or 4 on that list. You know what I'm saying? Compared to some other players like we've been talking about, like the Tyus Jones or the kid from the Utah, you know, and
Chris Dunn, or you mean Jordan Clarkson?
Clarkson. So you know, it is what it is. I'm just wait. I know a move's gonna be made, but I'm just waiting to see how and what the fallout is. Because I honestly don't feel like I honestly don't feel like Grimes is gonna be here after the 8th.
But Corey Lee, the reason why I said the Terry Rozier trade, we could have offered something for a guy like that because that would have solidified a lot of questions now too.
Hey, Cowboy Bob, but you said that already earlier about the Terry Rozier thing. But here's the thing: if it's important enough for you to bring up again, are you suggesting that the Knicks should have went in a different direction, like amended their shopping list, or should have hear me out? Listen, before you respond, hear the question: are you suggesting that the Knicks should have done the Terry Rozier thing because there were bigger fish to fry before the trade deadline? Like basically, like Coach, you ever been in this situation where your kids are hungry and you just get them a cheeseburger from McDonald's before you go home and cook dinner? You know what I'm talking about? That type
Hell
scenario.
yeah.
So
I do it for myself too.
Yeah, with is the Terry Rozier thing, Cowboy Bob, in your mind, is the Terry Rozier thing a afternoon snack thing because the bigger fish to fry is at least on the table?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mm.
You care to elaborate on it, or you
Oh, okay.
just
No,
want
no.
to
I
leave it,
thought
or
you,
you
I
want to
thought you
let
were gonna ask. No,
DS
I can
handle it?
elaborate on it because, like I said, Terry Rozier being on the roster for that draft pick, we can use him. He could have been used as the backup piece, and we still would have had Grimes. We still would have had other players to where we could have went and said, "Hey, we want Murray. We have Terry Rozier. We also have Grimes. We also have draft picks." So then on top of that, that gives us a bigger fish to where we can use. And if the Knicks don't want to do that, at least our need for the time is covered with backing up Brunson.
Okay.
Mm.
And it's also cheap
Mm.
because, like I said, it's a draft pick, and maybe like you could have given up. I don't know, Flynn. I'm just throwing out a name, but you could. They gave up Kyle Lowry in the first round draft pick. I think we could have matched that.
Okay. All right.
Mm. I honestly
That
feel like we could have gave him one of the protected picks, or even two of the protected picks, and would have got him. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but oh well.
that is interesting in that. Hey, Coach, that's interesting in that um we will still be in the mindset of saving um um assets for a bigger deal. But the thing is what that bigger deal is, and why would you not damn the torpedoes if you feel like you're gonna be in a firefight? What are you saving ammo for?
Exactly.
I'm asking. I'm asking, and the easy answer is the easy answer to the question I just asked is the Knicks are not going all in on a championship this year. It's not championship or bust. That's why you save your
Mm.
assets, right? But if it's championship or bust right now, if the championship window is open, DSJ, then why save assets if you're not all in on the championship?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially if you're already going to use all those draft picks to, what I'm saying, basically move back in the draft or to collect more draft picks. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, go all in because we keep talking about looking for this secondary or this planetary star to come to the system and propel us into that stratosphere anyway of being championships. So go all in. Might as well.
Like, I got a question, everybody. Some of y'all, you ever check out? Some of y'all probably played Texas Hold'em, right? You ever watched like the World Series of Poker and all that?
Right, right.
So Lively.
How often? Because right now we got a stack of chips like this, right? With all them draft picks, because like draft picks are like having chips,
Okay.
like poker chips. Does the guy that has the fat stack always win in the end? That's at the final table.
No.
No.
Sometimes you got to put all in. You got to put that bitch all in.
Right.
I mean, you just got to.
I'm thinking like from now how this conversation is turning that the Knicks are banking on the fact that Donovan Mitchell will not re-sign, and that's what they're holding them assets for.
That's the
But
biggest mistake we're ever going to
that's a
make.
big mistake. And I just real quick, guys, I just want to say salute to the chat. Good morning to everybody. Please subscribe and like the video. We hope that you guys are enjoying what we're talking about. But let's keep it going. Go ahead, Coach. I'm sorry to cut
Because
you off.
if Donovan Mitchell was the answer, how come he's not the answer in Cleveland? We beat him last year.
Hey, Coach, because I think because we're asking the wrong question, right? So if Donovan Mitchell is the answer, what question are we asking? right? You know what I mean? It's one of those things. The answer has to align with the question, and the question should be: is Donovan Mitchell the key to the Knicks winning a championship in the next 2 to 3 seasons? If the answer is yes, right, then I think you have to do it, because what you don't want to do is have a diminutive point guard, Jalen Brunson. No disrespect. I know I like Jalen Brunson, but all of y'all know that diminutive point guards don't last in the NBA, right? Yeah, even if you old farts like me and Coach, no disrespect to them, no disrespect to Coach, and
What you
no
talking about?
disrespect to Lee, but they know what I mean, bro. They've seen.
Hey, I'm a silver fox.
Okay, Becky Hammond.
Yeah. So you know,
a team can't win with a little man leading.
No, listen, no, Coach. I'm not talking about that. And what I'm saying is different. What I'm saying is how long did Calvin Murphy last in his prime? Do y'all remember Calvin Murphy? Do y'all remember Nate Tiny Archibald?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, right. Y'all might remember these names, but the thing about it is once those guys got to a certain age, that was it for them. Right? Y'all, and nobody remembers Jimmy Walker. Y'all don't remember Jimmy Walker, bro. Y'all don't remember names.
I
like
remember
Clyde
Kid
Frazier.
Dynamite all day. What are you talking about?
Skywalker?
Kid Dynamite, bro. Y'all don't remember Clyde Frazier in his prime, bro.
They remember
Once
Dale
Clyde
Walker.
Frazier as soon as Clyde Frazier's prime started slipping, it went totally off a cliff. Yeah, matter of fact, y'all remember the running back Curtis Martin? He was a great running back until the day he turned 30 was the day he got the news that he had no more cartilage in his knee, and that man fell off a cliff production wise.
Quick.
You know what I'm saying? The thing is you want to prep for a day when Jalen Brunson is not your best player, right? But not at the moment, right? You don't want to do that right now, because if it's championship or bust, you got to take advantage of these next 4 years, because anything past these next 4 years, you're not getting the same return on investment. And it's not a NBA thing. It's not a fans thing. It's science. It's physics.
And time.
Yeah. And yep. That's just what it is, bro. Like, y'all remember how Isaiah Thomas was walking when he got traded to Cleveland? Remember Isaiah Thomas had the hip injury? And remember how he was walking like an old man at age 30?
Yep.
Bro, I'm not saying that Jalen Brunson is not going to be the guy for the next 4 years. What I'm saying is take advantage of this window right now that we're in, because on the outside of this, your coach, when you know how Coach just brought up the Texas Hold'em thing? You're gambling and you're on borrowed time. Right?
Exactly.
Right? You know what I mean? So it's one of those things. Everybody, you've seen the small point guards disappear right in front of your eyes, but we don't acknowledge it because it's just like, you see so many great small point guards that you just think that you just move on. But anybody in here remember? Do y'all remember Kevin Johnson, the Phoenix Suns
from the Suns?
Bro, one day that dude woke up and he just wasn't explosive anymore. So then he had to turn into a crafty mid-range scorer. Anybody remember a point guard named Tim Hardaway?
Yep.
When Tim Hardaway couldn't explode by guys, he had to turn into a three-point shooter in that era. Right?
Miami.
Yeah, bro.
Killer crossover.
Y'all remember Kenny
Nate
Anderson?
Robinson. Yeah, Kenny Anderson from the Nets.
Yeah. What I'm saying is I'll give the perfect example of it, right? Of a guy that woke up one day and he just didn't have it anymore. It's a dude named Dante Culpepper, who I used to love having on my fantasy team.
Oh man,
right? Because he was going to throw for 250 yards and rush for 70 yards every week.
I played against him in high school. Ocala Vanguard.
Randy Moss.
Lying. Coach played
him
against
and Randy Moss.
Coach is like, yeah, coaches.
You went to look it up. You went to Ocala Vanguard High School.
You remember how great he was at his peak?
Yeah, that bro. He I don't know what happened to him. He just
The Vikings fell apart around him, bro. That's what happened.
Plus, he got a little chubby.
Party vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had Randy Moss, man. Y'all should have been one.
Hey, and no disrespect, no disrespect to NFL front office, bro. You can't have your quarterback rehabbing every summer. That's the reason why Andrew Luck retired. Every offseason, quarterback is rehabbing from the big quarterbacks. You wake up one day you're Andrew Luck, and the next day you look like Cam Newton in New England, right?
Yeah, Josh Allen ain't gonna keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, that what I'm saying is Jalen Brunson is in a peak window right now. If you're the Knicks, you can't just gamble that this man is going to be this guy for 8 years, because he's not.
And he don't play. The thing is about Brunson, his game ain't even a little man's game. He's in the
big man's game,
getting hit. He's taking charges.
Right.
Every time this man, I hold my breath. I hold my breath every time he gets bumped into. Man, he's on the floor. I'm like, oh God, please get up.
He's playing like a more accurate Iverson.
And the thing is too, like the difference between Steph Curry, and Damian Lillard, they're all three are great shooters, right? But Steph Curry is not carrying around the weight that Jalen Brunson, because they're listed the same height and weight, 6'2", 190 or 6'3", 190, right? But when you look at Jalen Brunson, you know good and damn well him and Steph Curry are not the same size.
Steph Curry, he like 5'11".
You know what I'm saying? When you look at Jalen Brunson, he looks like a fullback, bro, a low running back, right? Right? If he was 6'2", 190, he wouldn't necessarily. I know, bro. Trust me. Well, I don't know what 6'2", 190 look like, but I was 6'2" one time.
The NBA never they don't change the weight. Like whatever you come in at, they don't even fix it.
They don't even, yeah, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
Brunson's probably like 210, 215.
Gotta be, bro. He gotta be like 210, bro. Because there's no way you can list him and Steph Curry and Dame Lillard at the same height and weight. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and Steph looks slimmer than Dame. Dame looks like the medium built, and Brunson looks like the bigger built.
Yeah, and
look like three different sizes.
Steph is rocked up, right? When you look at Steph Curry, Steph is rocked up, right? But Brunson looks more like a beef eater. Like, what size steak you want? Give me the 12 ounce. Wow, okay. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not knocking Jalen Brunson, and I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to go all Fushnikins. Anybody remember Fushnikins? Ring the alarm. Ring the alarm. Another sound dying. Whoa. Hey, ring the alarm. I'm not trying to go all that. What I'm saying is if you're the Knicks front office, man, you gotta be cognizant that these windows are finite, right? These windows are finite, right? You gotta take advantage of the window. You can't wait until Brunson turns 29 and be like, okay, now we're really ready to go all in now. Nah, man. Nah, man. You gotta do it, bro. You gotta go all in, man. You gotta go in. You gotta get in where you fit in, bro. You gotta force your way into the championship conversation. Right? Because the champions, the people that's already in the conversation, they don't want to allow you in. Right? They're not gonna give you the secret password. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Right. You gotta tell them what's up, Doc, when you rock.
What's up, Doc? Right. Whether you're the hooper, the hyper, or whatever it is.
Oh my God.
Coach, I know it sounds like I know I sound like Chicken Little right now, right? But I don't want to sound like Chicken Little, bro. I would rather sound like Chicken Little than the ambulance chaser. You feel me? It's one of those things where, Lee, you remember when Tampa Bay had that quarterback Josh Freeman? You remember Josh Freeman?
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And they were trying to add pieces slowly but surely. And they were like, yo, we were going to develop this run pass system, read these two things and all of that stuff. And we're going to slowly bring in guys around. And it didn't work because they weren't moving fast enough. And then before next thing you know, Josh Freeman is out of the league. The coach is a bum. You remember the coach that when y'all were trying to down the football and he made them rusted, he made them hit y'all linemen. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
The dude, the
Yeah.
coach Greg Schiano, you remember him?
Mm-hmm.
All of that weird
Yep.
stuff, and yeah, all of that stuff. Eli was like, "Yo, what y'all doing?" You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. So my thing is if you wait 2 years, Randall will be 31.
Not good.
Yeah, if you wait 2 years, Brunson will be 29 for a
Not
Donovan Mitchell
good.
trade. For a Donovan Mitchell trade, Cowboy Bob is what I'm getting at. So
I
if you're
got
gonna do it, if you're gonna do it, do it. If you're not, then don't.
nah. You need to do it.
But either piss or get off the pot.
Yep. I agree. It needs to be done because right now, all in, you guys traded away your youth. You guys traded away all your assets to prove, and you even Mr. Rose said it in 5 years he's here to bring championships. Hey man, coach, I agree with you all in. But I think honestly, the fair with me with Mitchell is I don't know how he's gonna be with him next to Brunson. As much as I like Mitchell's game, I even say I'm for it. But I don't know how he's gonna be with Brunson because between him and Darren Garland, like they couldn't really make it work in Cleveland. I mean, I could see Brunson taking over and Brunson, dominating and being the number one guy and he falling in line. But is it gonna clash at the time around playoffs? Is what I'm asking, Coach.
I doubt it. I doubt it because this is where and as much as I didn't want to do it a year ago, so as much as now I would say let's do it now because we have a OG Anunoby and a Mitchell Robinson. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
And then and
yeah.
and I think and I don't think that Brunson would have an issue of deferring to I said Mitchell Donovan Mitchell, because of the simple fact that he knows what Donovan Mitchell can do. And it's less pressure on him. You know what I'm saying? And then he can fill in and because he's still it would make him I think it would make him a better facilitator. I think it would make him a better um a much better shooter, because he can pick his spots. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a hard fought 25. It's a nice easy 20. You know
But
what I'm saying? 18. I mean, and you got to think as less shots, more efficiency, less going to the hole, more jump shots. Less pounding on his body, because that's where Donovan Mitchell will take the brunt of that part of the offense off of Brunson's shoulders,
but you're
where he doesn't
taking
have to
away
create.
but you're taking
Huh?
away from his development. Have we not seen where Brunson, yes, some games, late in
What
games, we see
development?
him. I'm about to tell you
What
right now.
development? His development is he's already developed.
No, he's not. He's been, if you look at how he's been in some games, if you look at how he's been at the end of some games where he's trying to do too much, like if you look at the Raptors game where he ended up getting the points at the end of the game, everybody was like, oh, those are garbage points. He's still trying to figure out what he needs to do. We all know he's a scorer, but he wants to contribute to where it's consistent and he could win. He's still figuring that out. Randall had to tell him the other night, yo, calm down, I got this. And they worked together. And he even did his Randall supported him with the whole three mask like he does and said, we got this, Cap. Like you're developing Brunson to be better. You
Yeah.
bring in Mitchell, and then now you're telling him to take a step back. I don't like that. That's why
It's
I said
not.
if Mitchell comes in
That's
and
not.
takes the step back and he lets Brunson run and we run off of Randall and he's our third option to where he can just relax, I agree with that.
You got to look at what we're on the cusp of with. We still haven't even really seen what Brunson's greatness really could be because technically this is only his second year in the NBA that he's run a team.
Yep.
Think about it. He
And
had
this
that
is just
he had that little run in the playoffs when Doncic was hurt, and he showed that flash of dang, he can be pretty explosive scoring, and then all of a sudden he came to us, and he wasn't even a full-time starter, but half a season in Dallas, and he didn't run the team. Doncic did. So this is technically just look at his progression from his first year. It's he's on a meteoric rise, and we got him at the perfect time. Like, when was the last time we got a guy that was just going into his prime? Like we usually get a guy that was in the tail end of his prime, or he kind of did something before, but we ain't never got a guy where he blew up like with us. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what I'm saying though is,
I'm sorry, Lee, real quick. This is also Mitchell's 13th. So he had his opportunities in Utah. He had his opportunities with Cleveland. So now you're going to tell a guy who we gave the keys to the house to give it back to let a guy get another opportunity as the number one? That's not fair.
It's not. First of all, we're trying to win a championship, so fair is out the window. Okay?
Yeah.
We're talking about winning. All right. And what's the purpose of that whole
real
point
quick,
that you made about
Coach, remember the saying,
putting the whole point?
Fair is for carnivals.
Yeah.
Fair is for carnivals, everybody.
You want to be honest? I know this is crazy to say, especially last year or the year before. Right now, the way that the team is built and what we expect on the defensive end, I think DeJounte Murray is a better fit than Mitchell.
Wait, how so?
I'm talking about all around. Because to me, offensively, what he's going to bring and Mitchell's going to bring to the Knicks as far as over each other, it's kind of a push. Like, yeah, Mitchell can explode for 45, or something crazy some nights. You know what I'm saying? That's nice. I don't think he first of all, he's not going to need to do that for us because we got two other guys that can score 30 a night. So, like, the other teams he's been on, he's had to do that. He's not going to have to do that for us, Mitchell. And he's not going to have the run and the control of the ball like he had with those other two teams. So now Murray with Trae Young, he's still the number 2 and he's cooking still. Look at his stats this year. So, and he's a way better defender than Mitchell. So what's going to happen is Murray is going to be able to take the best front court. I mean, I keep saying front, the best backcourt guy, where Brunson don't have to do that. Even though DiVincenzo's been doing it for us now.
But, I think I see what you're saying, Coach. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no.
I was going to simply say that I think I see what you're saying. As Murray right now is a number 2 and is cooking. He coming to the Knicks as a number 2 already. He already knows what he has to do, as opposed to Mitchell learning to have to become a number 3 and learning what he has to do would be more difficult. Plus, Murray, you think already coming in right now defensively would contribute more than Mitchell, because over time Mitchell has to learn the system and take a step back.
Yeah, Mitchell's been the one in both the teams he's been on.
I like that. Yeah. I like that.
And Murray's always been the 2 or the 3.
2 or the 3, yeah. And he'll be a better fit because he'll just be coming in. Hey, this is your job. He's just gonna get it done.
Yeah, it'll be a less of an adjustment. And the best thing that look at OG. Okay, we're gonna see OG Anunoby's offense get better. Like the one thing that translates when you go to a new team that you don't have to game plan up to do is defense. Like when you come over to a new team, you can just play some D. You might have to, figure out your role on offense and all that. That there's more of an adjustment there. But you can just D up still, So that's why OG's impact was so good. Now, when you're an offensive-minded guy and you come over, it's going to be a longer adjustment. But that's where Murray comes into play for me personally. I think he's going to fit right in defensively with what we're doing. And his game translates into he can just get what's given to him. He's a good enough 3-point shooter. He's going to have more open looks than he's than he's used to because teams got to worry about Brunson and Randall. So, and he's explosive enough to drive, and he is a ball handler, too. He's the kind of guy that can run with the twos while Brunson's on the bench. Murray can run with the twos as the point guard.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense. And as a matter of fact, I have to say, Coach, that I agree with you on that. That makes because what that does is it gives you right now with Brunson being developed, he can just keep going. Randall would be relied to do just what Randall does. But is there any other additions as far as Murray? I know he's the big fish, but do you see like a side of fries or maybe a side of coleslaw?
Yeah, no, I definitely think like with Murray coming, I think the need for that backup point guard isn't as important because we can run with because once he comes, DiVincenzo's on the second unit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that makes the second unit better already as far as like ball handling and scoring potential.
Phenomenally better.
Yeah, and then Deuce can spot up once in a while, and let Brunson and Murray take turns, like running with the two sometimes. So then, to me, the next important thing, or with that, is obviously getting that 4.
Okay.
We need a good big guy.
So Murray and a big.
Yeah, to me, those are the two. Like some people are trying to say, like, oh, Malcolm Brogdon and this guy, which look, he's fine, but time, like I'm thinking about. I'm even thinking about the longevity of it because DeJounte Murray falls right into. He's right in the wheelhouse of the prime of our guys. He's 27. So all of a sudden, freaking Randall's the old hat of the group, and he's only 29. I mean,
listen,
you know what I'm saying? And
wait, hold on, let him finish. Lee, let him finish.
iHeart's only 25. Like, you guys are, we got a few years of this could go on here that can happen. Like Brunson, like I was just saying, his 27 years old, he hasn't had that mileage like LeBron's 27 or Vince Carter's 20. Some of these guys were in the league and balling right away. Like Brunson's eased into this. Like this is his 3rd year maybe of getting a big run. Those first 2 years he was kind of catching his sea legs. You know what I'm saying? So we have a chance to keep things together. You know what I'm saying? Like this is one of the first times we can have a core here where we can have a starting 5 that's like, damn, all these guys are about the same age. We can keep these dudes together, So to me, that's what I would like to do. That's the only reason why I'm against getting like, Brogdon or some of these guys they're like the DeRozan and Zach LaVine. Like it'd be nice for this year, next year. I like the DeRozan thing and the Zach LaVine and some of the older guys. That's just this year fix, which is fine too, I guess, if they want to make a splash in the offseason for someone to fill that 2 guard role. But I don't know.
Lee, you go ahead, and then I'm gonna go after you.
Oh, thank you, sir. What I was about to say is I agree with you, Coach, on the fact that if we're gonna go for it all right now, then I would say yes, the instant fix right now, and to push us to that level of where we know we're gonna be at least not even nowhere near a second round knockout. We're gonna be Eastern Conference Finals or championship type team. Yes, Murray is the answer right now. The only reason why I brought up Donovan Mitchell was because if we're gonna hold on to these stinking assets, you know what I'm saying? If we're not gonna shop and spend the bread right now, then let's stop playing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if we are, then let's stop playing and let's go for it. You know what I'm saying? Because this honestly sees the team like, okay, you know what I'm saying? The way we are moving the ball and playing as well as we are, and the potential of having Mitchell Robinson and Hart back, you know what I'm saying? And with the possibilities of OG Ananobi starting and playing some backup power forward, as well as using Precious Achua for some moments. Yes, I could honestly say yes. Yes, I'm ready for it right now. Right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not play with it. Let's go for it right now.
You know who else I wouldn't mind getting?
Wait, hold on, Coach. Let me just real quick about the Murray. I have like 2 quick questions to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I agree with you on the long-term starting 5 with Murray because they're all the same age, and we would have consistency at going at the championship multiple times within a 3 to 4 year period. I can see that, but like I asked you before earlier, adding another piece, I don't think the Knicks doing 2 big trades, giving away RJ, IQ, getting OG, and then now getting Murray would then have enough assets to move forward until next season. So I really think that if they were to get Murray, I think that'll be it.
But the thing is, but at the age these guys are, you don't need many more assets because they're all young enough to have a good 3 or 4 year run here.
Okay.
And we can rebuild our assets. We can always rebuild and pick up assets as we move forward.
Because what I'm looking at is if we're gonna get Murray, let's just get Murray, play out the season because we got a lot of injuries, rebuff the roster, and then make a deep run for next year. That's how I look at it.
Nah.
Because no. Let me finish. Because right now you see the potential in Murray. You already know that the Bucks got a new head coach. You already see that the Sixers can be defeated because even though Embiid scored 70, he still won by 10. So he had to put in a lot of work. You see that we have a lot of flaws. If we run this team as we have with Murray and make it to the Eastern Conference Finals going into the finals, and then next year revamp our bench, you can't say no.
Right. Would you
I'm
give
not
up
waiting.
to Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not waiting till next year.
No.
If we just made all these moves this year, why not put it all in right now and go for the gusto and still have that player, and you know what I'm saying, where we might have to tweak a couple of things here and there next year. You understand what I'm saying? Because all that wait till next year, and next thing you know, 5 years in past. So I'm not with all that wait till next year.
Yeah, if you're a top 4
it's like
seed
this.
in the NBA, you should never wait till next year.
I'm not saying what I'm saying is you guys play blackjack, right? You get a split. Are you gonna go ahead and split, or are you just gonna play it straight up? Most people would play the split because either way you win. So when you get Murray, you play the split because one, you're still gonna be playoff relevant, and how weak the Eastern Conference is and the shakeup is. With his talent, we may be able to make a deep enough run to make this team a championship team. And then next year, revamp to back up and support where we need to move forward. That's all I'm saying. We're still going to make a run. We're still going to win one of these 2 hands because we're still going to be in the playoffs. We're still going to be relevant.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's only going to cost 2 firsts. We still got 9 more in the next 7 years.
And like I said, if we're in the finals with just Murray, imagine if we add to that. We beat out Boston. We're playing against Boston, or we're playing against. That's what I'm talking about. If we're competing with what we have now at Murray against these topper teams, we already beaten them. But if we have Murray, I think we can overshadow them. If not, hey, next year we taking them all down.
I wouldn't mind going for Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
Would you give up 2? Would you give up 2 firsts for him?
No,
I
ain't giving up 2 firsts for Alex Caruso. But coach, it's not because he's not a quality NBA player.
I mean, he's a good ass defender.
He's a quality NBA player. The only reason why I don't do it is because you're already committed to Josh Hart.
Yeah,
right. And then And so, with that said, think about this, are there going to be any lineups where you play DiVincenzo, Josh Hart, and Alex Caruso together?
No.
Hell no.
Yeah, it's like putting 3 Pat Bevs on the floor at one time. Is there ever a scenario where you want 3 Pat Bevs on the floor at one time? No, you can barely stand one Pat Bev. And not that Alex Caruso is a bad player, but Alex Caruso is a 6'9". And hit me out before y'all start cutting me off because I know how you. No, man, I know.
6'5".
The coach, listen to what I'm saying before.
I know.
Listen to what I'm saying. Alex Caruso is a 6'9" athletic small forward defender in a point guard's body. Right? He's in a 6'4" body, right?
Like Josh Hart.
Yeah, like bro, and I was gonna ask you, do we not already have that on our team?
Yeah, I guess.
And you can go get Bruce Brown for cheaper to offer you some of the same stuff, right? I know Alex Caruso I feel as if Alex Caruso is a better player than Bruce Brown, but Bruce Brown has a championship ring. Alex Caruso has a ring too, right? With the Lakers, right?
Yeah. How much did Bruce Brown help in that ring?
How much?
A whole lot.
He helped them against
Bruce Brown. Yeah, Brown. You remember they had Brown and Brown?
Mm-hmm.
Brown and Brown.
Brown and Brown, yeah.
Yeah.
Doo-doo Brown.
The butterfly. That's old. Let me see you Tootsie Roll.
I just think Brown is also.
I'm gonna buy some Tootsie Rolls off Amazon. Hold
like
on.
Another Josh Hart type too.
Who?
Bruce Brown.
I'm not.
Nah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. His championship experience is cool, but he just signed a contract and just got traded. So
got enough
winning a
6'4" guys.
You sign your biggest contract and then you get traded to the Raptors. So for me, it's like something about him. If we have Josh Hart, why add Brown? If we had Brown instead of Hart, cool. But we're gonna have two of the same type of players.
I don't see him as.
Can y'all imagine the lineup? Imagine a lineup with Precious Achiuwa, whoever the backup, Mitchell Robinson, Bruce Brown, Grimes, and or Deuce McBride. Bro, that'd be the ugliest. Yo, they will set offense back 52 years, bro.
We won't be able to score, but that group will stop people from scoring.
It'll be like negative 1,000. Nobody be able to score on them. It'd be like Boston after they traded.
It'll be a 13-12 second quarter.
Yeah, ugliest basketball that you've ever seen in your life.
That 6-7 minute stretch.
We would want to take our eyeballs out and rinse them off in the sink.
But hey, if we win though,
Tibbs took 2. What the hell is wrong with y'all timeouts?
Yeah,
I heard that.
He did during that time. During that stretch that second unit was in.
He did it in the third quarter too when he was saying that he was like, what do you got to play basic basketball?
Yeah.
I see that.
It almost feels this is what it almost feels like to me. Like all of our second unit guys, probably except for Josh Hart, because he kind of knows his role in that with that group. It seems like everyone else is trying to figure out what the hell they are on this team. Because if you think about it, Deuce, that's more, he's getting more run than he has before. So he's trying to feel what he's doing. And obviously, I don't know, Precious is new. It just seems like there's a bunch of guys in that second unit that are trying to figure out who the hell they are on this team. Grimes included. It's like they're all afraid to. It's like they're all afraid to make a mistake, and at the same time, no one wants to take the lead with that group. Y'all seeing that?
Of course.
I was gonna say I just see it as they're trying to do as much as they can without rocking the boat because they're being
And
cautious.
that's the problem.
Nah. Because what it is you don't want them to do too much to where they overexpose themselves, and now they don't look as good as
But
they look at Grimes. Prime example. Look at Grimes. Grimes started, did better after he started on the bench. Now he's back to what he was.
that's the lack of assertiveness that he has within himself. You understand what I'm saying? If he was assertive as a scorer, and it came naturally like it's supposed to, because he is a guard. He's not a. He's not. You understand what I'm saying? He's a
Hmm.
guard. That's what he's supposed to be. But now he's just a three and D type of guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna sit in the corner, wait. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna exert most of my energy on defense. Nah, man, we need him to be a guard. That's why he got taken out of the starting lineup. Because now, as you see, DiVincenzo is a guard, not a three and D, but a guard.
But what is
Like
McBride known for? Like, let's be real, defense and shooting the long ball. So you're expecting him to now do other things and open up his game. He needs time to develop.
the thing, we got a whole
Uh,
second unit of 3 and Ds. Then
Yeah. And that's
that's
but to be honest, like when has McBride this year had the same opportunities as Grimes? This year? No.
well, 2 games he did, and he did pretty good.
Does he
But that's
deserve
what I'm saying. He
opportunity? Come on,
needs
bro. It's bro. Yo, we just talking about willy nilly like dudes getting opportunity. Yo, come. Hey, we gotta remember, bro. Just because you're a 6'6" shooting guard doesn't mean you're Mike Jordan, bro.
true.
Exactly.
thank
True.
you,
And remember
thank
this
you.
one guy the Knicks had. There's this saying, a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a
Yep.
while. Like there was this dude named Obi Toppin that got some playing time a few times, and he scored 30 points, and you know everyone
40.
was wanting, yeah, 40, and everyone was wanting him to take Randall's job and all this blasphemy. Come on, man! Like
Good one, coach.
the second any Nick has a flat, like when Precious Achua went in the game the other day, the at the end of that Raptors game, and he had the 18 and 11. There was people like, "Oh, Precious Achua, we need to look at him now."
Mm-hmm.
Man, he put a fat turd on a plate every game up until then since we had him. I mean, he did nothing up until then.
You're right.
But I mean, this last game, you know, he needs. I know y'all remember Dennis Green when he had his second coaching gig with the Cardinals. He used to be with the Vikings. They
Mm-hmm.
are when they
Hmm.
played the Seahawks and they lost at the end and they should have won. They are who they
They are
thought
what
they
it was.
were, and we let
Mm-hmm.
them off the hook.
Uh-huh.
Like the thing is, with Precious Achua, we already kind of know what he is. But the thing is, he's kind of an underrated pickup in that trade because I mean he's only 24 years old, and
Mm.
I mean to have a 6'8", because he's an explosive athlete, believe it or not. I mean, he showed me something like he can actually dribble to the hole. He can get over the rim. He can rebound a little bit. So I think he does have bench worth. I just think his run on the team, his role was less defined when he came. So his adjustment's going to take longer than OG's did. You know what I'm saying? So I think Precious Achua will have a small role on the bench eventually. I think we should have patience, with him. I don't think he's some answer, you know.
Mm-mm.
He's a band-aid on an open chest wound. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. But I think, if we can use him as a bargaining chip for something else, go ahead. Because we're allowed to trade him as long as it's just him. We can't bunch him with Malachi.
Yeah.
As long
We
as
can
he's
replace
traded,
Malik, though.
as long as he's
Why
traded
can't
by
we?
him. Yeah. So
Why,
that's
why, the question I have is why can't I don't understand why we can't when they were already bunched up and put one trade packages, why can't we bunch them up and put them in another trade package? I don't
We
understand that
can.
part. That's all.
I mean, there might be someone interested in him. I mean, right now, he's worth something to us. Unless he's part of a package to get another big, we got to hold on to him. We're kind of slim pickings
I
at
mean,
that
yeah,
position right
I
now
get
with
that.
I heart sore Achilles. But I think, like we were saying before, the piece we get, we do need one more because we're one sprained ankle away from having one score to count on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't have a championship level team and only count on two guys for scoring, and that's it.
We're not going to win a chip at all with that.
Now,
perfect example is Boston with Tatum and Brown. You'll be productive winning, but you won't get any championship.
And the thing is, what hurts us is if Brunson has a rough night. He's human, you know what I'm saying. He's gonna have a night where he's off, you know. But his game is less likely to be off because of how he can create shots in the paint for himself. So Brunson's always going to find a way. Like, he could be off the whole game. That's why a lot of times we're like, I don't know about Brunson. Then all of a sudden at the end of the game, he's scoring 14 points in the fourth quarter. And we're like, dang, he just scored 23, or whatever. Like, his game translates to being able to turn it on at the end. Where someone like Randall, when the wheels fall off on him, it's just he disappears. Unfortunately,
yeah. And the thing with Randall, though, it's not a Randall thing. It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
And I'm not disagreeing with you, Coach. What I'm saying to you is that you have to consider Julius Randle in the Karl Malone, Chris Webber conversation, right? Mm-hmm. And listen, I'm not saying any power forward. I'm not talking about the 6'11" kind of mobile, athletic power forwards or the 7-foot shooters like Dirk Nowitzki, but the dudes that are like Randall, the 6'8", 250 guys, they're gonna be turnover machines, bro. It don't matter what guy, bro. Chris Webber averaged more turnovers per game than Randall, and Chris Webber played with better talent. Right? Chris Webber, it's not even a question. If somebody questions who played with the most talent, Webber or Randall, I'm questioning you. Right? You know what I'm saying? My thing is guys like that. Yo, like I keep telling people, the shot that Michael Jordan hit on Brian Russell, remember he pushed Ryan Russell in the butt and hit the jumper? Mm-hmm. You remember the play before that, Karl Malone got stripped by Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
A 6'8", 6'9", 250 power forward, right? This is if you want the upside, these are the things that come with. It's like if you want to drive a Mercedes, you gotta pay for premium gas. It's the stuff that come with the package, right? These are the things that are gonna come with the package. Like, if you get a Magic Johnson, you can't have another point guard on the roster. Magic's not gonna respect another man eating in his yard, bro. Right? It's like with the Bulls. The Bulls had been trying to bring it. Coach, you probably remember this, but you remember the Bulls tried to bring in wingmen for years to play with Mike and Scotty, right? No, nobody was getting shooting guard small forward minutes with Mike and Scotty on the roster.
Pete Myers,
Scott Burrell. Remember Scott Burrell out of Connecticut? Yo, bro, it's just like these things that we have to. These things that we have to live with. When you have a Steph Curry on your roster, you have to live with those bad 3-point misses by Steph Curry from 37 feet. Right? Because for every one that he misses, he makes 4 straight.
Yep.
So you got to live with it. Right? You want the 4, but you complain about the fifth one because it's a miss. You got to live with it. It's the same thing with Randall. You have to live with Randall's turnovers, bro, because Randall is a 250-pound human being that gets you 6 or 7 assists a game, bro. The same archetype, bro. Cowboy Bob, you hear me say this all the time, right? You know who the same archetype is on our roster? Jericho Sims has the same dimensions as Randall. And look at Jericho Sims' offensive game.
Soft compared to Randall.
Look at Precious Achua, same guy. Precious Achua is not Randall, bro. So you got to kind of live with some of this stuff. Like Giannis, bro, for all the great things that Giannis does on the floor, you got to live with his poor free throw shooting. Everything comes with something, man. Like Dominique Wilkins. You remember how Dominique Wilkins used to average 30 points a game in the regular season, and then in the playoffs he would disappear? David Copperfield. Now you see me. Now you don't. You know what I'm saying?
You ever see any highlights of Dominique playing defense?
Zero.
I ain't never seen him make a steal or a block.
I've seen more Sean Kemp defensive plays than Dominique Wilkins.
Oh man.
Yeah. The point that I'm getting at, Cowboy Bob, is certain guys, bro. You just gonna have to, like, if Coach was our featured back, right? If Coach was our running back, you're gonna have to live with the fact that every time he come off the field, he's gonna be crying and complaining. Yo, I need the ball. Bro, we gave it to you 37. Bro, you got the ball 37 times. You got 30 out of the backfield, 7 in the air. I mean, Coach, damn. And you like, but
bro, I need 4 more yards to get 200.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You sound like T.O. right now.
Yeah, it's certain things you gotta
Just
live
give you
with.
one more carry, I swear.
Yeah, yo, like no lie. I know people laugh when I say this, bro. But when I boxed, my best skill was my chin. Like, and I didn't know it. Right? Like, I didn't have the fastest hands. I was a smart boxer. A dude had I broke a dude knockout streak, right? A dude had knocked out like 48 straight people, right? And he hit me with a haymaker, bam! And I was there seeing stars and stuff. And I could hear I heard the crowd. It was weird because I heard the crowd go, ooh, ooh, ooh. Like I heard them say ooh at the beginning, but I was so foggy headed and dazed, I didn't hear them like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? And then when I look back at the tape, this dude hit me with a haymaker, bro. And I ended his streak not because I outboxed him, but because I got a chin.
Dude lasted longer than him.
Nah, I didn't beat him. He beat me. But what I'm saying is he beat me. Nobody's perfect, bro. Let me say this right now. No athlete is perfect except LeBron, maybe. But anyways, the dude, I broke his streak not because I outboxed him or foxed him or whatever. His superpower was power, and my superpower was back then it was chin. Right? He you know what I'm saying? So
Durability.
basically, it's like, and it wasn't like I saw it coming and I didn't roll with the punch or nothing like that. He just hit me flush down the chin, boop, and I just staggered back a little bit, like, oh snap. And back then I was 208 pounds, and that man was about 255.
Damn.
Yeah, I was about 208. I think I was 208 with all my gear on. I was about 208.
Damn. He did a haymaker
with groin guards, gloves, tape, boots, mouthpiece, all of that. I was about 208. But what I'm saying to the Randall thing, Coach, is Randall is, you're gonna get some things with, like, for instance, Jalen Brunson, for all the weaponry that Jalen Brunson offers your offense, defensively, you know, there are gonna be some deficiencies. And we're just gonna live with it. We're just gonna take it, right? It's like it's like work done in pass protection, right? You know he's smart. You know he's quick enough to get there, but at 5'8", 190, no. And he's a lot of heart too, by the way, a lot of heart, but you know.
Yeah. I see it.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people are talking about like with the revolution of science and working out and diet, blah blah blah, whatever. And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, Tibbs runs people into the ground," blah blah blah. There's one of the underrated things that we have is this. We're always whining and complaining that we're giving away youth and our draft picks and this and that. When you get a chance, look at our roster, the ages. The oldest player on our team is Evan Fournier. He doesn't even play. He's 31.
Yeah.
He's the only player over 29 on our team.
Yeah.
Everyone else is young. Like we're actually, we have a lot of guys go like technically, Randall's he's dead center in his prime.
Yeah.
Brunson's just starting his prime.
Right.
OG Anunoby is just starting his prime. He's only
Just entering his
26 years
prime.
old.
Yeah.
Like we have this Isaiah Hartenstein, technically, he's only 25 years old. He hasn't even started a prime. This is the first time he's played starter minutes.
Yeah.
Mitchell Robinson's only 25. I mean, we got DiVincenzo's only 27.
Right.
I mean, we got young guys everywhere.
Yeah, but coach, what I'm not like I'm not on the same page with you. I'm with you on all those guys except Brunson. And it's just because of the Brunson archetype, bro. 6 foot scoring guards don't last in the NBA. You've seen it with Dana Barros. You've seen it with Mahmoud Raouf, Chris Jackson. Right? You've seen it with your TJ Fords. Bro, you've seen it with your Kemba Walkers, bro. The guys lately that are not even 33 or so years old, bro. You see it with them, bro. Guys just don't. The minion of guys, they just don't last. And it's no disrespect to the player. It's just I'm in the mindset of I'll believe it when I see it. The last great scoring diminutive guy that I saw, Isaiah Thomas, he's walking like Fred Sanford right now, bro. And that man's not even 36.
But the thing is, all those guys you mentioned, at least in the first part of their career, counted on their athleticism.
Okay.
Like Brunson, the style that he plays, he actually uses his strength more than his speed, agility. Like he's crafty as hell.
Yeah. To me, I think he's got top 5 handle in the NBA right now.
Yeah. He does these little things that it's just
he uses your abilities against you, bro.
Yeah.
Like he'll get there and little nuance, little fake pumps, and guys like get the athletic shot blockers are just jumping out the gym, and then he'll just jump right into him and get the and-one. He's good at doing that right now.
He's like a 6'2" guard version of Jokic. Like some of the things he does, like in the paint, like he's got one of the best. He has some of the best drop step pivot foot moves in the game.
Coach, how tall are you? Are you 6'2"? Jalen Brunson's not 6'2", bro.
Yeah,
I'm 6 foot. I'm in between 6 foot and 6'1".
I like
Jalen Brunson is not that, bro. I seen you know how the tall guy with short guys they can't really estimate height like that, but the tall guys, I'm like, man, I saw RJ Barrett and myself looked each other eye to eye. We're the same height with sneakers on, all that stuff, right? I know RJ Barrett is not 6'8". RJ Barrett is not 6'8", bro.
Like my son is 6'3". You know, he was playing football in college, and that dude looks tall to me.
Right.
And I'm 6 foot, and he just looks tall. Like Like when I give him a hug, it's weird. Like I haven't looked up at him like his whole life. He's like this on me, and all of a sudden one day I'm like, damn, bro.
Yeah, like I have a son that's 6'2". Like I have a son that's 6'2", and he looks like it. Like I think Rock is like 6'2", like 240-ish, 235, 240, something like that.
Yeah, that's what my son is.
You know what I'm saying? So but my but the thing is with Brunson, and I'm not saying that if they list him at 6'2", so what? I don't care. But my thing is those guys, bro, I just gotta believe it. I just have to see it for a long time, bro. Because I remember the Khalid Reeves, man. The Damon Stoudemire. How long did Damon Stoudemire stay in his prime?
Not long.
Yeah, that's who this guy.
One thing that I do like seeing though is Brunson. And it just seems like he's banging his outside shots, just looking so pretty right now.
I was gonna say, Coach, that to your point, what I noticed about Brunson, what I like is his footwork, the way he's able to pause, spin into the defense, rotate in opposite positions. He's not getting the contact until he's going up, as opposed to getting the contact before he gets to the basket. Like last year, you could see him getting the contact, jumping back and going up, or getting in contact as he's going up. The way he's able to spin and create off of that, I think gives him a better advantage because he's not getting as much contact. And the contact he is getting is exactly what he needs to draw the foul.
Yeah. Like his balance and body control is top
Like
tier.
if you see him, you'll see him at the 3-point line. He'll hold the ball to his side, and then you'll see him spin to the left or the right in any direction, beat the defender, and be cutting to the basket and still cut back where he just came from on a spin move. And you're like, how did he do that? His footwork is very unique. And most people don't give him credit for it. I think he can last an extra year or two. Like, I'm not going to say he's going to do a whole 10 years like this, but I think his durability and how he built
I'm not
up
banking on it, bro. Trey, you better try to win a championship now, bro. Don't wait.
No. We're on the same page with that. We're on the same page with that.
Because we're talking draft picks. We talking about draft picks 3 or 4 years down the road, bro. You better be trying to win this championship in this 3 or 4 year window.
That's our win. You took the words out of my mouth. 3 or 4 years is our.
Well, according to Mr. Rose, it'll be next year. 5 years.
What Rose?
Rose has promised he's here to bring championships.
Oh yeah, Rose.
Yeah. Okay. So if he brings next year is the 5th year.
Okay.
So he got less time now. So
I mean, you asked me this 2 years ago, I'd be like, oh, I hope so. It feels pretty possible now. I'll tell you that.
Right.
I mean, he's gonna right now. Everyone has been questioning this front office. They're about to drop the mic on us here soon, depending on what they do here. I mean, they're looking like they're the front office of the year right now. If this thing keeps riding out the way it is.
If they make one more deal, bro, if they just bring in the guys that coach wants, then I think they're the front office of the year. But on that note, everybody, I gotta get out of here and start our work day and all that. Usually I get up at this time and get some work stuff done so I can do the next one and drive. But since we occupied this space, man, you know what I'm saying, we got to push everything back on the schedule, man, and do whatever. So Coach, what's your projection for tonight's game? Knicks 121, Denver 113.
If iHeart plays, we're winning by 10. If he doesn't play,
we're losing by 10.
It's going to be a nail biter. It's going to be 111 to 108. Knicks win.
That goes to defense.
Yeah. Cowboy Bob, have you talked to King Ribby yet?
No, I haven't spoken to him yet.
Okay. All right. I can't find you on social media, bro.
Okay, I clicked on you on Blue Orange Tears. I follow you on Instagram. I'll send you my Instagram in the chat. Let me look it up.
On Instagram? Okay, I'll check IG.
Yeah, because you said IG last time. That's why I was like, all right,
I didn't. I said Twitter last time.
Oh, Twitter. My fault. That's my fault. See?
Yeah, I said Twitter last time.
Gotcha.
Jokic is going to get his always. Murray's is going to get his. Like always, we can't just have we can't have Braun come in and go off of 17 and get 5 or 6 from the 3-point line or something.
And that other guy, Peyton, whatever his name is,
Peyton Turner or Tyler.
Yeah. Well, you can't because he's an energy wing. He's going to be great one day, right? But not. Yeah, he's still young. So anyway, thank you everybody for rocking with us, Coach. Welcome back, man. It's great to have you, man. We got to talk. We got to get on Vibes and stuff and talk music and all. Bro, Vibes and stuff is pumping, man. Vibes and stuff is at like 300 subscribers now.
Yeah, I'm gonna rock on that with you.
And so we also have the check ball podcast that we're looking to do. We generally try to limit that panel to like 1 or 2 or 2 or 3 people tops, just so that we can have the in-depth conversations. You know what I'm saying? Over here, we try, whatever. But thank you everybody for coming through. Right? Appreciate y'all. We're gonna bump the morning show back a little bit, maybe. So it's 8:00 now. So we'll bump the show back about 10 minutes and jump back on it at 9:10. Y'all ready to go for 4 more hours?
Oh my God.
I'll be here.
No, I'm joking, bro. I'm joking.
Shot me in the leg.
I'm joking, man. Ain't no way, man. But yeah, thank you everybody for rocking with us, man. We're gonna see y'all later on in the day. Peace, everybody.